Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Ugiles and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. I'd first like to acknowledge that our colleague, Mr. Tab, is joining us virtually. Mr. Tab, did you want to say hello?
Hello to board members, Dr. Lewis, and all the people who are there tonight. I'm glad to be able to be here to still be able to join with you.
Thank you. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. Ms. Cooper?
Good evening, Chair Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, DPS colleagues, families, and Durham community. I welcome all of you to this special portion of our meeting as we pause to celebrate the hard work, achievements, and positive strides being made across our district. It is an honor to take this time to recognize the dedication, talents, and efforts of our scholars, educators, and staff, as well as our community partners. Often, the challenges we face in public education are the focus, but today is about the moments of success and excellence that make our district shine. From academic achievements to exceptional leadership and commitment, every individual we recognize today has made a unique contribution to the culture of excellence we strive for in Durham Public Schools. Their accomplishments remind us of the power of education to inspire, empower, and uplift. We begin with our Student of the Month presentations, followed by our Teacher of the Month and Employee of the Month honors, and we will conclude with a special Spark Pen presentation. Please welcome Principal Dr. Renita Griffin-Jordan of City of Medicine Academy to introduce our first Student of the Month.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lewis, district leadership, family, and friends. I bring you greetings from the City of Medicine Academy, where we proudly recognize Ms. Kritza Contreras Guzman as Durham Public Schools September Student of the Month. For over 3 years, I've watched Krista move from a curious new cobra into a confident, proud, and resilient young lady. Exemplifying high academic and personal qualities has caused Krista to stand out among others. Please allow me to share just a few things her teachers have said. I've taught biology students for many years here in DPS, and Kritza belongs on my Mount Rushmore. She has excelled in honors and college-level coursework, though grades have never been an end goal for Krista. She earns and learns for her own edification. In addition to her academic achievements, she is perhaps the kindest and most respectful student I've ever taught. She is a fierce friend to those around her and a lightning rod of positivity. After making the decision to come to CMA, she has taken advantage of every opportunity offered, succeeding in her coursework, being involved in school organizations, and most recently, making a commitment to the United States military by enlisting in the National Guard. Krista will use her skills as a certified nursing assistant to serve and care for people in need across the state and country. This will be done while pursuing her college degree. Krista is amazing. She is the type of person who will always see the pathway, never the obstacles. We are extremely proud of her, all that she has accomplished, and all that she will accomplish in her future. I am honored and delighted to present to you Durham Public Schools September Student of the Month and CMA's very own Krista Contreras Guzman.
Congratulations, Kritza. It is so wonderful to hear about the bright future ahead of you. We know that you will represent yourself well, your family well, and Durham Public Schools well. We have a few things that we'd like to present to you this evening, so please step forward. First, we have your official Student of the Month certificate. Next, we have a spark pin because you embody everything that Durham Public Schools is. We hope that you wear this proudly wherever you go. Our friends at Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are powered for success, so they are presenting you with a laptop tonight. And now we have a special presentation from Katie Spencer Wright from the Durham Public Schools Foundation. Katie?
Thanks. At DPS Foundation, we know that well-funded public schools can make all the difference in a student's life, giving them a strong community and a bright future. That's why DPS Foundation brings together organizations and people who are ready to do whatever it takes to support our students and champion our schools. We are honored to support the DPS Student of the Month program, and new this year, we are also celebrating an Alumni of the Month. We're so proud of our Students of the Month, honored to award them each a $500 gift card. Along with some other goodies from DPSF. We hope this gift card brings joy, allows you to pursue your interests, and speeds you on towards your bright future. I'm proud to have here with me today our first alum of the month, Celia Furlow. Come join me. Celia attended Middle College High School at Durham Tech, where she was able to take unique classes and earn college credits. She said she especially remembers her science teacher, Mr. Baker, who made science joyous and engaging, even though it wasn't previously her favorite subject. Now she is in her final year of her master's in elementary education. Yay! At NC State. In addition to a basket of goodies from DPSF, Celia is also being awarded a DPS Spark Pin. Please, we'd love for you to nominate other alums to share their DPS stories at bullcityschools.org/alumni. Thank you so much.
Please join me in welcoming Principal Crystal Taylor Simon of Middle College High School at Durham Tech for our next Student of the Month presentation.
Good evening, Board of Education. Good evening, Board Chair Rogers and Superintendent Dr. Lewis. I am the proud principal of Middle College High School, which is strategically located on the campus of Durham Tech, and all of my families know why we say that. But I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to recognize one of our exceptional students, Mikey Mason. So Mr. Williams, our college liaison, wrote this beautiful statement. So I would love to take his statement. I'm going to step aside, be a servant leader and let him write his statement for Mikey. And so this statement best describes Mikey and their aspirations. Mr. Evans writes, Mikey can best be defined as a trailblazer. As you may know, this is our school's first year offering grade 13, which is an optional additional year of high school for students who wish to continue taking Durham Tech courses for free to complete a college diploma or credential. Only 6 of our last year's seniors have taken advantage of this opportunity, and Mikey is one of them. There is typically a level of fear or reservation when anything new and different is introduced. However, Mikey let that desire to succeed overcome any misconceptions or stigmas around remaining in high school for another year. At the conclusion of grade 13, Mikey will graduate with a high school diploma, a Durham Tech diploma in automotive systems technology, as well as an additional Durham Tech certification in automotive machining. Middle College High School is proud to have Mikey as part of our inaugural class of grade 13 students, and we are honored to present them as the DPS Student of the Month and our super senior.
Congratulations, Mikey. Please step forward. We have items for you. I know you already know what they are, but we want to make sure that we present them to you in the appropriate fashion. So first and foremost, your DPS Student of the Month certificate, followed by the DPS Spark Pin, which we hope that you wear proudly around Durham and beyond. And of course, Triangle E-Cycling wants to make sure that you are ready for whatever your next step is. So you also receive a laptop this evening. And I'd like to bring our friends from the DPS Foundation back forward to present your $500 gift card this evening. Congratulations, Mikey. My girl, please say that's my girlfriend.
That's my girlfriend.
Middle college.
Go shake hands.
Please welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to present our Teacher and Employee of the Month.
Good evening, good evening. I'm back. All right, good evening, Chair Rogers, member of the board, Superintendent Dr. Lewis, and cabinet members. It's that time again where we celebrate our Teacher and Employee of the Month. Every month, a teacher and an employee who's a non-teacher is nominated for Teacher and Employee of the Month. These individuals exemplify greatness, tenacity, perseverance, and leadership, and they are nominated based off of the theme of this particular month. I encourage you to nominate your teacher or employee each month. They feel so honored when they are recognized for their hard work and dedication to their profession. This evening, we're going to recognize our September Teacher and Employee of the Month. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis team, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC. And our Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. In our cute gift bags, they will receive a DPS Spark pen, a DPS lunchbox, DPS journal, and a DPS pen. For our September Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme is Igniting That Spark. This is the individual who is excited about working for Durham Public Schools. This individual always encourages people around them, offers a helping hand, welcomes new teachers or staff members, and exudes positive energy. We're going to recognize our teacher first, then our employee. Our September Teacher of the Month is Tanitra Edwards. Come on up, Tanitra. Tanitra Edwards, third grade math teacher from Glenn Elementary School. Miss Edwards has worked at Glenn for almost 15 years. She has been through 5 principals, a potential school takeover, numerous staff turnovers, and more. Her commitment to students and the community is unmatched. When we talk about Miss Edwards' skill as an educator, we need to start by talking about her incredible ability to teach math to her third grade students. Last year, more than 80% of her students demonstrated proficiency on their math EOG, placing her in the top of the DPS teachers. More than that, she helps students develop confidence and a love of math through games, competitions, and excitement. Her class even won a statewide reflex math competition. More than her skill as an educator, Miss Edwards more than her skill as an educator is Miss Edwards as a person. She brings a smile to every room she's in, supports her families and colleagues, and is always willing to lend a hand. With many of our students moving schools as a part of growing together, her previous families continue to reach out to share positive stories, ask questions, and gather ideas. Family knows she cares about their children beyond just the year she's in their class, in there as a teacher. Like many incredible teachers, so much of what Miss Edwards does is without fanfare and acknowledgement. After taking her kids to the bus each afternoon, she slips back into the third grade carpool room to help her students with their homework before they go home. We wouldn't have known this unless another staff member shared a photo of Miss Edwards laying on the floor to help a student develop their multiplication skills. On Talking Points, our platform to communicate with families, Miss Edwards sends weekly detailed videos and explanations to families on how to complete math homework. Share new vocabulary words students have learned, and more. All these things help families understand how to support their children's math skill development at home. Very often, we see messages come in, Mrs. Edwards Math, with a math question at 7:30 at night, and almost immediately, we see Miss Edwards with a kind, clear response to the family. While none of this is expected of any teacher, we know this shows Miss Edwards' care for her families and her students and her desire for everyone to feel successful. To say it is an honor and privilege to work with Miss Edwards every day is an understatement. She is frequently a sounding board of ideas, a calm voice of reason in challenging situations, and brings a smile to my face with her humor, passion for education. So congratulations to Tanitra Edwards for being named Durham Public School September Teacher of the Month. And Mr. Coach Lawson from North Carolina Central has a presentation as well.
Good evening, board members. A couple of days ago, the North Carolina Central University men's tennis team surprised Miss Edwards with some flowers and balloons and a cake to recognize her exceptional work that she has provided at Glenn School. I would also like to acknowledge and recognize Principal Hunt, because if not for his observation and recognition of Miss Edwards' exceptional talents, then we wouldn't be aware of all of the good work that she's doing. So on behalf of North Carolina Central University and on behalf of DCL Consultant LLC, we'd like to present Miss Edwards with a check where hopefully she'll be able to have a nice dinner or something nice for us.
All right. Our September Employee of the Month is our very own Eva Howard, Executive Director of Security and Safety. Want to make sure she was up here. Director Howard has gone above and beyond the scope of her job responsibilities to ensure the safety and well-being of all DPS students and staff. Her team is operating with 4 people for the entire district, and she has willingly taken on the heavy responsibilities of both her own position, her supervisory role, and the role of emergency management coordinator. She is on call 24/7 and is concerned and responsive to anonymous tips, phone calls each and every school and administrator in the district, and all DPS leadership and cabinet members at all hours of the day and night. She serves this district with dedication, integrity, and transparency. I have rarely seen anyone work as hard and as tirelessly as Director Howard for such an extended period of time in a position that is on call 24/7. I am proud to be a part of this small yet incredible team, and I feel that my director absolutely deserves recognition for the exemplary job she has done supporting this district, her team, and all DPS staff and students during these challenging times. Congratulations to Eva Howard for being named Durham Public Schools September Employee of the Month.
Congratulations to Ms. Edwards and Director Howard. Our final recognition is the DPS Spark Pin, presented this evening to a valued community partner. Swim for Charlie is a local nonprofit that teaches second graders life-saving water safety skills. Durham Public Schools is privileged to take part in this worthy initiative, which has equipped hundreds of DPS students with this important skill set. Swim for Charlie was created by Dr. John Klein in memory of a dear friend and fellow swimmer, Dr. Charles Vanderhorst, who passed away during a swimming event. I don't want to steal Dr. Klein's thunder, as you will hear more about this outstanding organization during tonight's board meeting, but we look forward to the impact they will continue to have on our scholars. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. John Klein, who serves as board chair and president of Swim for Charlie, for their partnership and leadership. Dr. Klein, please come forward. I know he has members of his team with him today. Please step forward to be acknowledged by our board.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Take a picture. This concludes our celebrations this evening.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent update.
Good evening, board chair, members of the board, members of the DPS community. Thank you all so much for being here, and those that are tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm so excited about where we are right now as it relates to beginning this year. This is actually lucky number 7, my 7th week here in Durham Public Schools. And I'm so happy that Eva Howard got the recognition and all of our honorees tonight, particularly as it relates to what we've been dealing with as a school system, and quite frankly, what a lot of school systems have been dealing with around the country as it relates to school safety. And as you heard, Eva takes calls 24/7. Not only does she take calls and responds and shares the information to the appropriate people, but she also, potentially in a time of crisis where a student is sending in a tip, she's responding to whoever is sending in a tip as well, and definitely keeping us informed and dispatching the appropriate people to meet the needs of whoever is sending those tips. And I will just say this, although we've seen an increase in threats here in Durham Public Schools, and that it typically happens anytime there is a mass shooting around the country, typically around 1 or 2 weeks after that, you tend to see duplicates, or what some may call copycats of what happens. And sometimes it's just they're cut and paste, and then they just insert their school's name in there. However, we do take each and every one of those threats serious. Some of them are generated here in Durham, and once we are alerted of it, we investigate and involve our law enforcement partners as well. And so whether students are viewing it as a prank, whether students are viewing it as an opportunity to maybe get out of school, it can have some serious consequences. Obviously, we have to follow our student discipline policies, but most importantly, students can receive charges, and there's conversations about parents receiving charges as well. But the concern for me is the impact of the student's future. The student, if engaging in these activities, may not be able to pursue their dream in the field of work or in college. And so we've been partnering with Chief Burkhead, Sheriff Burkhead, Police Chief Andrews, and our other law enforcement partners. We've been on calls with North Carolina, the State Department, as well as the FBI in North Carolina. And what they shared with us was that they have these, anytime there's a threat to life, they call those guardians. And so last year, during a certain period of time, maybe the first 35 days of school, there were 236 guardian calls. 7 of them involved schools. This year, there were 286 guardian calls, same time frame, and 58 of them involved schools. And so if you think about the resources that it takes from a law enforcement standpoint, the amount of money and time and resources, and the fact that it's taken away our law enforcement officers, if it is indeed a prank, from what they need to be doing in the community. So I would encourage our parents, I would encourage our students. Students, first of all, think before you post. There's no such thing as something going away. It's going to be out there, and someone can take screenshots of it, and they will find you. Parents, continue to talk to your students as well about the seriousness of this, because ultimately we want to make sure that they are making appropriate decisions so that their future will not be ruined. So I wanted to share with our families some just follow up on some information we share with our families. And you go to the next slide, or maybe am I controlling it? Okay. I wanted to follow up and share with our families and the community some of the district's transportation challenges. Our families have experienced issues as it relates to reliable bus services and adjustment to routes. We are not where we need to be, but we are making progress toward better efficiency. As of September 12th, all students that were waiting on bus assignments have been routed, and we are now managing new requests and updates. In addition, in talking to Matthew Palmer and Joe Harris, they are also beginning to consolidate some routes in an effort to improve efficiency. Our transportation department continues to address the challenges related to bus driver shortages and increased demand while working to ensure that students arrive to school safely and on time. Most recently, our operations leadership team conference this week with Edulog executive leadership team and the remaining on the remaining technology migration issues. And if you're aware or recall, Edulog is the software program that we use what parents can download to find out where the buses are, what time the routes arrive, what time the buses arrive to them, and what time the kids arrive to school. And so as a result of that call with the Edulog leadership team, they will be here, boots on the ground, as they should be. Our transportation services will be working with them over the next couple of weeks to test and evaluate our GPS and tablet functionality, basically doing some problem scoping. And then we are inviting them to come to our board meeting to provide an update to our board and our community on the action steps that they've taken to ensure that we are resolving these transportation issues. So that will be at our October 10th board meeting. I want to ensure this community, I want to ensure parents, I want to ensure students that we are committed to solving these problems. We have to ensure that our students get to school safely and on time. As you know, this can and will impact academics. And so I want to, first of all, acknowledge the burden that this has caused for some families in terms of getting their students to school. There's been some cost implications for families, but also want to thank our families for continuing to express their concerns and letting us know of any issues. And I want to thank our families for their partnership as we work towards a permanent solution. And we also, again, invite any interested parties to apply to be a DPS bus driver and be a driving force, literally, for change for our scholars. Next slide, please. As our student community grows, so does meal participation in DPS. Our community eligibility provision, or you may have known it as CEP, that participation means that all DPS students eat breakfast and lunch for free. And we know the importance of a good, nutritious meal at the beginning of the day and during the day and its impact on academics and just students' overall health. This is a benefit to our students and a benefit to our families, and we are proud to fuel our scholars daily for free. To date, as a result of CEP, we've saw an increase in participation. So you may ask, how many more meals are we serving each day? I'm so glad you asked. We are serving 3,000 more meals each and every day because of our CEP program. That is huge. And not to mention, we've launched new menus featuring locally sourced ingredients and healthier options. And I'm also told that the burrito bar is a hit. And I will tell you, when I visit schools and go into the cafeteria, the pizza that they have now doesn't look like the pizza I had when I was in school. And I was walking with the principal and I couldn't pay attention to the principal because I was looking at the pizza. And so we're super excited that more of our scholars are taking advantage of breakfast and lunch. Next slide, please. Look at that happy face, right? Also excited to announce the semifinalists for Principal of the Year, all of whom have demonstrated exceptional leadership and commitment to their schools. Congratulations to my principal, my kid's principal rather, Terrence Covington of Neal Middle. Yay. Terrence has a fan club in here. Kendall Dorsey of WG Pearson Elementary. You can clap. They deserve it. Jennifer Hauser of Easley Elementary. Dr. Teresa McGowan of Lakeview Middle. And my good fraternity brother, Anthony White of Brogden Middle School. We certainly look forward to sharing our finalists and our 24-25 Principal of the Year in coming weeks. Next slide, please. Now, I also want to provide a quick snapshot of our achievements noted in the most recent release of our 23-24 accountability results from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. We will share more data next month during our board workshop on October 10th, but here are some highlights. Over 80% of all Durham Public Schools met or exceeded growth during 23-24 school year. Say that again. Over 80% of all Durham Public Schools met or exceeded growth in the 23-24 school year. Five of the schools in the district have been ranked among the top schools in overall growth in the state. That is huge. And it's right here in Durham Public Schools. J.D. Clement Early College was ranked 7th among the state's, get this, 2,593 schools for academic growth. Merrick Moore Elementary, City of Medicine Academy, and Sherwood Githens Middle and Carrington Middle were ranked in the top 100 of schools. And 17 of our DPS schools ranked among the top 20% in academic growth out of the entire number of schools in the state. So that's a huge accomplishment. Not much to celebrate. However, we still have much work to do. And so we will continue with that work. Next slide, please. Durham Public Schools is also proud to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month across our district as our scholars are hosting events and our schools are hosting events and programs celebrating the rich contributions of Hispanic and Latinx community September 15th through October 15th. So we want to continue to celebrate and honor the many contributions that all of our Hispanic and Latinx individuals have brought to Durham Public Schools. Next slide. September marks National Attendance Awareness Month, highlighting the importance of consistent school attendance. We know that increased student engagement yields positive results in attendance. Every single day counts, as we will continue to stress attendance as it yields results for our students. So we're not just going to talk about attendance during the month of September. We're going to talk about attendance for the remainder of the year. You know, there's a reason that the district produces school calendars. Yes, we want you to know when schools start and when schools end, but we also want to let you know when there's a break that you can schedule those doctor's appointments, because even if it's an excused absence, students still miss a tremendous amount of academics. So please schedule those doctor's appointments and other appointments around those days that we're off. Next slide. In addition to this important work, I've continued to acclimate myself to Durham Public Schools and our community of strong advocates and supporters. I've already visited 35 schools, engaging with students around their work, talking to our educators and spending time with principals to learn about the district and understand the meaning behind #WeAreDPS. I've also had the pleasure to connect with several of our community members and elected officials just early as these past couple of days. Board Vice Chair Jessica Carter-Otten and I just got off a plane visiting Minneapolis with some other Durham City and Durham County partners, just learning from Minneapolis. And so that was a huge opportunity for us to just continue to talk about the work also. And that's also, as mentioned earlier, where board member Mr. Tab is. He's still there checking out, he's an artist. So he's there checking out some of the art there in Minneapolis to learn from them as well. Also, Dr. King is there as well. So I'm encouraged and excited to continue the collaboration with our Durham County and City partners. Next slide. To that end, as we continue to move forward, I would like to personally invite, next slide. I'd like to personally invite our students, staff, and families and Durham community members to join me for my listening and learning series, which launches on Monday. I'll be meeting with stakeholders across the district beginning September 30th through November 12th to gain valuable insight into our strengths and our challenges that we face. I'm eager to learn and excited to engage our community as we continue to work to make Durham Public Schools a premier school district. And I do believe that can happen, but it's going to take a collective effort of all of us coming together to center our staff and students. Registration is available at dpsnc.net. This concludes my remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes from, agenda review and approval.
Move approval of the agenda as presented.
Colleagues, I'd like to pull an item from consent.
Sorry about that.
I'd like to pull item 2C, repair and renovation lottery fund requests, and add it as 5B under operation services.
Second.
Is it okay?
I accept that as friendly amendment, of course. Yeah.
Thanks.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez to amend the agenda and approve it to move item 2C to become item 5B. We have to do a voice vote because Mr. Tab is virtual. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tab, you're virtual. We're going to start with you when we do roll call.
Are you ready?
Yes, please state your name
Uh,
and your
This
vote.
is Board Member Wendell Tab, and I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
and Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The agenda is amended, passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we can get to the minutes. Go ahead.
Move approval of the minutes from August 22nd, 2024. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to approve the agenda from August 22nd, 2024. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tab,
This is Board Member Wendell Tab, and I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The minutes pass unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. I'll do a quick review of the rules and then we'll get right to it. A quick review of the rules. Please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 2 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which will indicate your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. Our first speaker tonight is Tamara Stanley, followed by Wilma Oliver and JB Hallen. Ms. Stanley?
Yes. I'm ready to start.
Go right
Thank
ahead.
you. I thought I had 1 minute, but this is awesome. So good evening. My name is Tamara Quick Stanley. I'm the Regional Manager, Vice President of the Triangle Region for Self-Help Credit Union. And as a Hillside alumni and a parent of 3 Durham Public students, 2 at Pearson Town, 1 at Jordan, I stand with over 400 community members to request the naming of a Durham Public School building after former Mayor and County Commissioner William V. Bell. Mayor Bell was instrumental in creating Durham Public Schools by merging city and county systems to ensure equity for all students. His legacy of service includes 12 years as County Commissioner and 16 years as mayor. He inspired many, including myself, a little Black girl from McDougall Terrace, by believing in me and supporting my growth. Honoring Mayor Bill Bell, while he is still alive and living with us today, will highlight his contributions to our community. So please, please join us in recognizing his selfless service by naming a Durham Public School building after him. And remember, without former Mayor Bill Bell, there will be no Durham Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
In addition to this, we also have the petition with over 400 signatures that you all will receive, as well as letters from former Mayor Steve Schul, Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, as well as the West End Community Foundation. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wilma Oliver. I'm just here to speak on behalf of our educators and Durham Public School staff. On this last meeting when I attended, we know that Durham School of the Arts was passed, even though the construction cost is very high. And it wasn't really a lot of concern about the budgeting for that school. And we already know that the final as-built costs can be more. But I want to make sure that there is a comprehensive plan to pay teachers and staff fairly for working in stressful and deplorable conditions such as no air conditioning and leaking roofs. America has lost too many of our educators and staff to gun violence throughout America. So we have yet to receive a clear, transparent, and equitable plan of action for Durham Public Schools staff pay structure. I hope you bring the teachers to the table and those who are working in the schools to help with this plan to show that we do appreciate them. So more than just giving them their little gift card, but show them in the paycheck as well. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is JB Hallen, and I'm the school social worker at Carrington Middle School, and I have a master's of social work degree. As I stated last week, many of us school social workers fought alongside our fellow teachers and classified staff to get this new budget passed for this school year. We were under the impression that we were going to be compensated for our master's of social work degrees. However, over the past 2 weeks, it truly does feel that DPS leadership and the Board of Education just doesn't value or appreciate school social workers. That's just the general vibe that I'm getting from my colleagues right now, y'all. My school social work license clearly says from NCDPI, professional educator's license. According to NCDPI, social workers are considered teachers and are paid on teachers' scales. Tonight, I really want to know and hear explicitly stated why you cannot include social workers and other positions with relevant master's degrees into master's level pay. Please answer that question, why? Please explain it to me and my colleagues. Please tell us why our positions are not as valued as others. Was the $1.2 million in the budget designated for master's pay not enough to include us? If so, then we have been misled. And we want you to figure out a solution, not for next school year. Please, I'm begging y'all, not for next school year, for this school year. Please find a way to make it work. So school social workers and others with relevant master's degrees can be fairly compensated. And please, finally, with my last few seconds, please pass the meet and confer policy, y'all. The workers, so that workers, the heartbeat of DPS, can actually be at the table with y'all making these decisions. Thank you.
Tabitha Jones Evans. Sabrina Vereen Nur.
Just want to get a good look at everybody. Hello. I'm a product of Durham Public Schools from the 70s and the 80s. Oak Grove Elementary, Neal Junior High, and Southern Durham High School. I moved away for 17 years. I just moved back. I worked in elections technology in the private sector. I am now a career technology educator with Durham Public Schools. I'm experiencing my own HR issues, but I'm not here to discuss that. I'm here because I want to give back. I want to give back. I want those students, I want to share my knowledge and work experience of the Tabithas that are coming through, the other Tabithas, the Toms, the Marys. But let me tell you what changed the tide for me. A month ago, my students came in the classroom and they said, Miss Evans, we don't even have teachers in this class. We don't have teachers in that class. I mean, I was like, what are you talking about? They said, nobody cares about us. We don't have teachers. Nobody cares. That's right. You don't know about that. Nobody cares anything about us. And I had to stop for a minute. And I said, oh my God, this crisis that's going on in Durham is starting to be a reflection on the students. The students are actually thinking that their value and worth is nothing because they don't value their educators. They don't value their certified workers. They value nothing or nobody. And I'm like, this can't be so. Ms. Evans, nobody wants to be a teacher. They don't get paid any money.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sabrina Vereen. I've been in education for 29 Can you years. pull the mic closer to you, please? Thank you. I've been in education for 29 years, and I love education. I knew I would always be an educator when I taught my first kindergarten class how to read a complete sentence. I just saw one of these kindergartners at a Teacher of the Year banquet, and he was getting a Beginning Teacher of the Year award. So this career has come full circle for me. I'm currently an interventionist at City of Medicine, where I offer instructional support to other teachers, and I love it. I love sharing all that I've learned, all that I have as an instructor with other teachers who are leading our profession. But I'm here to ask you to recognize our union, because just like we seek to amplify our students' voices, our teachers' voices deserve to be amplified as well. Currently, we have an erosion of trust between our teachers and those who are making decisions that greatly impact our lives. If we had a meet and confer policy, we could reestablish this trust. Our hope is that you would value our contribution to the teaching and learning profession for Durham Public Schools. Allow us this seat at the table. Just build a bigger table for us. Allow us to lead in our profession. Our vision is that you would include us in making the decisions that greatly impact our lives and the lives of our students. And so we ask that you would just simply build a bigger table, make some room for us. Allow our voices to be heard as well. Allow us the ability and the opportunity to make decisions that greatly impact us. Thank you. Thank you. Dora Alberto, Daniel Kemp, and Kelly Mumford.
Hello. Sorry, I'm back again harassing you guys, but you know. So my name is Noor, and I'm a DPS parent of two incredible kids who have attended DPS their whole lives. Our kiddos have really good experience with DPS educators, DPS staff, because of the folks that show up really energized and committed to these kids every single day. And the DPS staff who have actually been the most supportive and the most helpful for them in their educational career are the ones that were already deeply connected to community and already engaged and organizing with the union. Our youngest actually just transferred to a new school. And this is a kid who loves school, loves learning, is very beloved by his teachers, some of who I just saw outside. But now he comes home saying, please do not send me back. I don't know if I'm actually a good student. And it's been really hard. His performance and his identity as a good student who gets good grades is really starting to suffer. He's not having as positive of an experience at this new school, even though the staff are really incredible and hardworking, but the energy is different. This is a school that's on the edge of the city, really kind of disconnected, and I think that makes a big difference. And my assessment is that the staff feel unseen and have resigned themselves to being unheard. And I wish they felt more empowered and more connected and part of a bigger community, like his teachers previously at Lakewood. And it's common sense that when people feel supported and empowered at work, they can actually show up that way, supporting and empowering our kids. When we walk into businesses that pay low wages and do not care about their staff, it is very obvious. It's obvious when employees feel empowered, and it's obvious when they don't. And I think that there's an opportunity right now in front of you that would ensure that DPS staff feel valued and feel empowered and feel listened to. Is that my time? Thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask that you come on and line up at the podium. Dora Alberto, Daniel Kemp, Kelly Mumford.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Dora Alberto.
Hang on just one second.
Yes. ¿Otra persona?
Mm-hmm. You also get 4 minutes. Well, 2 for you, 2 for her.
Buenas noches. Tengo 2 minutos para dormirlos. Soy Dora Alberto, madre de hijo. Tengo mis hijos en DPS. Tengo una gran experiencia, una buena experiencia con DPS. Siempre he encontrado el apoyo en los maestros y en el personal. Quiero decirles, bueno, ¿quién no tiene una anécdota grande con un maestro? Yo tengo muchas. Cada día tengo una anécdota buena con mis hijos en DPS. En una ocasión, mi hijo en kindergarten tenía un buen maestro, su mentor en la elemental. Cuando él fue al primer grado, lo promovieron para el 5º grado, para el que el maestro estaba capacitado, y le dijo, te espero en 5º. Mi niño estaba en kinder. Te espero en 5º. Y mi hijo cada año decía, estoy más cerca de estar con Mr. Daniels en 5º. Este maestro lo motivó y lo motivó a hacer un año más y más cerca de su meta. En otra ocasión, tuvimos una pérdida muy triste, un familiar muy cercano falleció y fue también la trabajadora social de la escuela quien le dio a mi hijo el apoyo, una libreta, anota tus emociones, anota tus sentimientos y estoy aquí para que me digas lo que sientes. Ella le ayudó a pasar esa etapa difícil del luto cuando perdemos a alguien. Por esto y otras cosas, yo creo en el sistema, creo en DPS y lo defiendo de todas las circunstancias que puedan venir. Ahora, creo también que es momento de escuchar las peticiones de los maestros que piden ser escuchados. Sé que en las mesas hay una propuesta.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have 2 minutes to make you all go to sleep, but well, my name is Dora. I am the parent of students from DPS. I have 2 children that have been in DPS, and I want to say that I have had a good experience, actually an excellent experience with DPS. And who doesn't have like stories to tell with teachers and students? Well, I have one of my children. When he was in kindergartner, he had a teacher. He was a great teacher. When my student was going to pass to 1st grade, the teacher was moved to 5th grade. That was the grade that he was supposed to be teaching. But he told my son, I'll be waiting for you in 5th grade. And every time that my child will move to the next grade, he will be thinking, I'm a grade closer to get with Mr. Daniels. And I feel that this is a great experience because my child, that was his motivation to go to school because he was going to be getting a grade closer to go to Mr. Daniels. After that, another story, we had a family loss, and there was this social worker, and this social worker worked with my son. He actually, the social worker gave my son a notebook, and then social worker told them to write their feelings, write what they were feeling, what they wanted to say. And this was also a nice experience that I had with DPS. So I want to say that I believe in the system. I believe in DPS. But also, I believe in the teachers. So I feel that now is the time to listen to the teachers. We see the tables, we have all these teachers, and it's time to listen to them and what they have to say and what they are doing for the system.
Thank you. Daniel Kemp, Kelly Mumford, Andrew Peach.
Good evening, members of the Durham Public School Board. My name is Daniel Kemp, and I'm a science teacher at Riverside High School. Tonight, I want to take a moment to highlight the importance of recognizing our majority union, and in doing so, address the dire working conditions that many DPS workers face every day. For too long, educators, support staff, and other vital workers within Durham Public Schools have been operating in environments that are unsustainable. We're talking about overcrowded classrooms, broken air conditioning in the heat of the summer, and inadequate supplies that force teachers to dip into their own pockets just to provide the bare minimum for students. These conditions are not just inconveniences, they directly impact the quality of education our students receive. Beyond the physical working conditions, there's also a deep issue with respect and lack of voice in decision-making. Top-down mandates often fail to consider the realities we face on the ground. For example, curriculum changes are rolled out without proper consultation, leaving teachers scrambling to adapt without the resources or training necessary to meet new expectations. We're given directives to manage discipline, but with little guidance or support, leading to chaos in classrooms that disrupts learning for everyone. Our support staff, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, are also overworked and underappreciated. Many of them earn poverty-level wages while being expected to keep our schools running smoothly. We've all seen the impact of this underfunding and neglect. Delays in bus routes, dirty classrooms, and long lines in the cafeteria. The burden is on them to perform essential duties under conditions that no one should have to tolerate. These work conditions are symptomatic of a broader issue of respect for workers who make DPS run. We ask for a voice in decision-making when we advocate for transparency. We are not just seeking better conditions for ourselves, we are fighting to ensure that our students are learning in an environment that are safe, clean, and supportive. We can't provide the education they deserve when we are worn down by systemic issues. This isn't just a question of policy. It's about bringing workplace democracy into Durham Public Schools. Over 3,600 workers and 1,300 community members endorse a policy that will honor union rights and give workers a real voice in shaping our schools. This is why we need a real seat at the table. Please adopt, meet, and confer.
Thank you. Kelly Mumford, Andrew Peach, Jamal Nisbet.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Dr. Lewis. My name is Kelly Mumford. I am an ECIA in the COPE program at the new Mary Massenburg Elementary School, as well as a proud DAE member. This is my 2nd year here at DPS. I'm coming from New Jersey with 20 years of experience. I expected a lot of change when I moved here to North Carolina because it was my first time, moving south. But some of these changes surprised me, some in a good way, some in not so good way. One of the first things I noticed when I got here was all the Black people, especially Black women in leadership positions. Until I got to Durham School, I had never had a Black principal before in my 20 years in education. This was really surprising and exciting to me. I felt proud and impressed. I still feel proud and, and impressed when the Spark emails come out and I see all of women, people of color getting these positions. When I first saw this, it made me really hopeful that this would be a school district that shares my beliefs in equality and a place that all people would be treated fairly, where all students can be successful and crucially where all workers' voices will be heard. Sadly, that was not the experience of DPS leadership last year. Throughout the pay debacle and the disrespect I felt as a classified staff member was very upsetting. First, I had 20 years of experience erased in an email. Then, even though they gave me my years back, I still had my pay cut by hundreds of dollars a month. Then, when our union asked for a seat at the table so we could work together on these issues and start rebuilding trust, I was shocked and disappointed by how resistant DPS leadership was. And still months later, there is hesitation when all we've been asking for is to be treated as equals and get the same rights as workers everywhere else. To hear this hesitation coming from Black leadership just doesn't make sense to me. With all the progress and progressive values here in DPS, with how far we've come in terms of diverse leadership tonight, we need to take the next step forward on workers' rights. Let's not continue with this Jim Crow law.
Therapist. Instructional assistants, speech therapists, physical therapists, functional therapists, psychologists, office staff, cafeteria staff, and custodial staff. Joy. To listen to us. Accept us.
Thank you. Jamal Nisbet, Christy Clem, Heidi Jo Headland.
All right. That was great. Good evening, board, Dr. Lewis, everybody in the vicinity. My name is Jamal Nisbet, and I'm an elementary school educator at Hope right now. I've been teaching for 15 years, 9 years in New Jersey, 6 years in North Carolina. And so to start off, as you all know, collective bargaining is banned in this state, right? It's outlawed. It's no doubt in my mind that you guys are all aware of that. But oftentimes I wonder if you guys really like deeply reflect on, and no disrespect, on why. Like, why is it banned in this state? You know, why is it banned? You know, across the nation, you know, there are laws in place. There are federal laws. So it's federal laws that give citizens the right to form, to join, or to assist a labor organization for collective bargaining purposes. and to work together with coworkers to improve terms and conditions of employment. So this is the right across the nation. But in North Carolina, we don't get that right. Like there's a problem with that. So I mean, I'm baffled by it. So tonight, meet and confer is not collective bargaining, but it's the closest thing that we have to it. And, I'm calling on you guys to be trailblazers, to be a light. The state looks at North Carolina, at Durham for leadership. Historically, this county, Greensboro, other counties have been trailblazers in pushing back unfair laws. And so I'm just calling for you guys tonight to just be brave, join with all of the co-workers. You've seen the work that's been going on, and to give us those rights.
Thank you. Casey Clem, Heidi Jo Hetland, Katie McGonnell.
Hello, I'm Christy Clem, physical therapist. I'm here on behalf of classified employees, certified employees, those folks in DAE, and those folks who are not DAE members. I've sent you an email. Y'all already know my feelings on the decision you made last week with the EC supplement and the master's pay. Actually, I should have said, hello, I'm Dr. Christy Clem. I have a master's in teaching. If I was still a teacher, I would get master's pay. Went back and got my doctorate, which is entry level. That's not recognized, and I'm paid on a bachelor's level. Y'all aren't even discussing classified positions that require higher degrees for what we do. On a daily, weekly basis, I talk to transportation, Miss Peggy, Miss Melanie, folks in finance, Miss Shanice, data managers, Rosemary, folks in the warehouse, Kendrick, Mario, Entree, security, IT, nurses, Spanish interpreters. Vanessa was just here tonight. Mr. Pablo I saw today. Custodians, Miss Anna, Mr. Mario, Mr. B. CNS workers, Miss Nikki, Miss Linda. IAs, Shishi, Miss Cobb, Miss Williams. I could go on and on from pre-K to elementary to middle to high school. Every day, every week, I talk to these folks. I ask them not only about the students and how we can work together to help the students, but I ask them how they feel. What can I do to help you? What can I take back to DAE? Are some of those folks I just named DAE members? Yes. Or is every one of them? No. But that doesn't dictate what information I take back to the leaders within DAE for us to discuss and hear opinions. How many of these folks do y'all talk to on a daily or a weekly basis? Cabinet members, how many of these folks do y'all talk to on a weekly basis? Who talked to EC to say who should be even discussed for a supplement? Nobody. Consider, meet, and confer. Do the right thing.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Heidi Jo Hetland, physical therapist. I too have a doctorate degree. I had been, because of my age, I have a bachelor's as my entry-level degree, went back for my doctorate. I also have an advanced degree. That is related to PT, but definitely not necessary and does enhance what that I do. I want to thank everybody that has consistently been here since last January, saying the same thing over and over again and speaking up for people who can't be here because they have families to be with, or perhaps they're at their second or their third jobs that they need to have to make a living. Sadly, during this time since January, DPS employees have less transparency about the budget and finances, which honestly didn't seem possible. Transparency is the quality of being easily seen through, to be open and honest, and I think classified, certified employees all would agree that does not define DPS. The opposite of transparent is opaque, not allowing light to shine through. Synonyms are muddy, murky, cloudy, dark. That presents a more accurate picture of the budget or salaries and even things such as employer headcounts that come from HR. I watched last week's meeting at home and from the body language and facial expressions that were being shown clearly on the screen, it's apparent that there is a lot of mistrust, animosity, and confusion among the key players who hold employees' salaries, our livelihoods, in their hands. We hire top-notch consultants, and we can do that from now until the end of time, but if DPS doesn't provide them with accurate, reliable, and timely information, the work of the consultants doesn't matter, nor does the money we have spent on them. Doesn't matter how much money DPS has or how much money we don't have. how many certified and classified employees we have, who has doctorate, master's degrees, and who's getting paid for them and who is not. Without transparency that can only be achieved through meet and confer, none of that matters. If you're not willing to sit at the table with the people and the voices who are in the schools, who are talking to custodians, working with the children, working with children with special needs, it doesn't matter. If you're not willing to sit with us, and it is past time for you all to agree to meet and confer so that day does not come. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
I've been here so often, I don't need an introduction. After nearly 2 years of advocating for my school, I finally had a board member reach out to me, and we met last Saturday. We sat down with my colleagues and we got to express it's not my experience because I chose traditional, because I knew we would not follow through. We sat down with my affected colleagues and she got to see the surplus shelves, desks, and tables. She took pictures of the room with all of the boxes. She got to see our reality. She's the only person in this room that voted no. And I'm so proud of her because she had the foresight that I did. Her jaw nearly hit the floor when she realized that after 30 years of excellence with DPS in the Montessori program, that they've yet to create the curriculum that aligns with all of the stuff that you buy in the map. She was shocked. When she left, she said, help us on the way. And I trust her. Do you know why I trust her? It's because she showed up, she listened, and I believe her. If we had had a meet and confer in 2023, the first time I stood here, we would not be in this situation. This is not a Little River problem. This is a DPS problem. You trust this side of the room, and it's been a long time since their boots have been in the ground, on the ground, in the mud, in the muck. And it is time that you give the power to us. Talk to us, listen to us, meet and confer. Dr. Lewis, as a parent, please. I'm your ultimate stakeholder.
Thank you. Thank you. Ariana Johnson-Wisick, Christy Patterson, and Micah Tweetmeyer.
Ariana Wisick, ECIDE. I see some new faces before me this evening, which means some of your colleagues have already felt the sting of being out of touch with one's constituencies. Last time I spoke to you, I reminded you of who our enemies were, but tonight I am here to remind you of who your allies are. One of the most memorable and angering moments for me last spring was reading the email you sent out before the first school closures and days of protest, which read, "We appeal to everybody in Durham Public Schools to remember our mission and our commitment to providing our students with the best possible education, as if our purposes were somehow divergent. Every union meeting I attend, meeting where I attend is with my students in mind and our unfailing dedication to them. When you stand with the union, you stand for public education. Last time I told you to be brave when standing in the shadow of our enemies, but you do not stand alone. When you stand with the union, you do not just stand with the more than 2,700 members of DAE. When you stand with the union, you do not just stand with the 25,000 members of NCAE. When you stand with the union, you do not just stand with the 3 million members in the NEA. And when you stand with the union, you do not stand with the 14.4 million union members across the United States of America, but you stand with the 49.4 million public school students in the United States. Lest you think we have forgotten our classified siblings that you meant to set against us, we stand united that we will not rest until the injustices upon them have been rectified, their pay is restored, and trust is established by recognizing the meet and confer policy that was agreed upon. When I say union, you say union, union, together.
Good afternoon, good evening. Some of you may know me as the loud one, the resilient one, the passionate one, the one that comes in with all the fancy quotes and rhetoric. Well, I don't have any of that today. I'm truly exhausted. How was your day? Because my day, let's see, I had a student who suffered from an anxiety attack and because she was hungry. I had another student who acted out because the behavior, his behavior exemplifies something's going on at home, just to hear that he was getting abused. And I had to get on the phone with CPS with my social worker, who's amazing. So let me reintroduce myself. I'm Chrissy Patterson. I'm an EC Special Programs teacher at Carrington Middle School. I am a Riverside women's flag football coach. I am a We Are Queens coordinator. I am a CDL license holder to drive the bus. What's the common denominator? Our students. I've met with a lot of you, and a lot of you have said multiple times that the student is at the base of all of our decisions, but your actions contradict that, where my actions don't. I live, eat, breathe my students. And tonight you will be presented with 2 meet and confer policies. One, which has our student at the center. You know, Dr. Lewis, I respect you. And one of the conversations we had, you said, I'm not worried about having a job because I can get in the classroom tomorrow. I respect that. And I hope you stand beside it, because if this policy is not passed, you're going to have to freshen up your license. And for those who don't have teacher's license, you might want to go get them, because you're going to be in these classrooms teaching them, because you won't have educators in them anymore.
Hello, my name is Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, Durham Association of Educators. I'm here as a proud union member and proud union president on the precipice of a historic night for Durham's public school workers. Tonight, we are closer to achieving formal union recognition and a meet and confer policy. The goals of the meet and confer policy are to facilitate a more collaborative relationship between you, administration, employees. The policy's aim is to improve learning and life outcomes for our students, make DPS a highly competitive employer that attracts and retains staff, achieve high staff and school morale, and advance the mission of the schools our students and communities deserve, all through the transparent development and improvement of policy and policy implementation. As you prepare to discuss the proposed policy, we encourage you to reflect on the history that we could all be making together. If you vote to adopt our meet and confer policy, we would become the first North Carolina school district to honor union rights despite the Jim Crow law that has disenfranchised our public school workers for 65 years. Together, Durham can lead North Carolina, as we often do and often say we do, and lead the change towards undoing what the NAACP has called our last Jim Crow law. DPS workers are ready for a formal seat at the table. We are ready to engage in work that improves conditions for our students and our coworkers. And we are ready for the hope that things will get better. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Colleagues.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda items. Item A, overnight field trips. Item Item B, change order number 15, increase to GMP contract for Murray Massenburg Elementary School. Item C, change order number,
Item
not the other
C,
one. C, repair and renovation lottery funds request.
we moved to the discussion.
Which one did you move?
B.
That's why I skipped that one.
Okay.
The repair and renovation. Wait. Mine might be labeled differently than yours. Let's see. Okay. Tell me the topic, please, Madam Chair, of the one that you.
Repair and renovation
Okay,
lottery fund.
Let me try it
request.
again. Item A, overnight field trips. Item B, change order number 15, increase to GMP contract for Mary Massenburg Elementary School. Item C, next, change order number 5, GMPF for new Durham School of the Arts. Item E, college and career-ready labs purchase. And item F, CTE contract for services with West Staff Workforce Solutions LLC. Hopefully that was accurate.
Is there a second?
Okay.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to approve the consent agenda items A, B, D, E, and F. We have to do a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tab,
This is Board Member Wendell Tab, and I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye, and motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is, the next two items come from Chief of Staff. Presentation A is Swim for Charlie Partnership.
This time I'd like to invite Dr. Klein back to the podium. The board heard a little bit from about Dr. Klein from Ms. Sheena Cooper when he received his Spark Pen, but I wanted to give a little more background before he starts his presentation. Dr. Klein is a retired family physician, serving in that role for over 33 years. He now coaches a master's swim group with Carolina Aquatics, and he has taught swimming to people of all ages. He was a head coach of an aged group summer league team, and he has served the community as a member of multiple health boards and advisory councils. And I am honored to finally be able to have him present to this board the great work that he is doing. He came to, I believe, I don't know when we met, but Dr. Klein, basically I met with him regarding his idea about Swim for Charlie in Durham Public Schools. And he's going to get into some details, but when he explained to me the statistics on Black and brown children's drowning deaths, I was sold. So, and I'm very proud that we in Durham have invested the time and energy and resources to make sure that our children are able to swim and be water safe. But with that, Dr. Klein, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Lewis. Thank you for inviting me to share Swim for Charlie, the Dr. Charles Vanderhorst Water Safety Initiative, which is changing the lives of many DPS students. Swim for Charlie is a community partnership addressing the public health issue of lack of water safety skills in North Carolina students. Next slide, please. Here's the background. Drowning is one of the leading causes of death. 79% of children in households with incomes less than $50,000 have little to no swimming ability. 64% of Black, 45% of Latino, 40% of white children have little to no swimming ability. This is a problem that cuts across the entire community, disproportionately affecting those of low income and those folks of color. 10 people drown every day in the United States. 10 times that many near drownings occur. So we have a defined public health problem. The beauty of this, let's look at the final bullet point. Swimming lessons reduce the likelihood of childhood drownings by 88%. So we have a known public health problem and a very effective treatment plan. All we have to do is implement it. Okay. Fortunately, so to address this problem, Swim for Charlie was founded with a mission to equip children with life-saving water safety skills by providing a high-quality water safety program to second grade North Carolina students. What do we mean by high quality? We mean that our instructors are trained and we have a very low student-instructor ratio that over the past 2 years has been about 3 to 1. Imagine if you had a classroom, a teacher teaching 3 students. How effective would that be? Okay. Next slide, please. So what our program is the students receive 8 free, costs 0, 40-minute lessons at the pool, along with a 10-minute water safety video and discussion that's done at the school. So the teachers at the schools show a 1.5 to 4-minute American Red Cross Whale's Tales video, and then they have a discussion of the pool rule of the day that's a water safety topic. This program is based on American Red Cross curriculum. It follows DPI's North Carolina Healthful Living Standards and is therefore part of the children's health and PE curriculum. Instead of having gym in the gym for those 8 days, they have gym at the pool. And if you've seen these children in action at the pool, you can know that the amount of exercise that they get in our program compared to what they get in the gym, not taking anything away from the gym, but way more, way more. Okay. Our program has followed a proven model that has been in place since 2012 between Guilford County Schools and the Greensboro Aquatic Center. They've graduated maybe, I think they're up to about 12,000 students. They have 60 elementary schools. They have about 40 of them on board. Next slide, please. Dr. Charles Vanderhorst, who this is named for, was an infectious disease physician, a leader, humanitarian, who used his knowledge and compassion to solve difficult medical, academic, and societal problems. He was a champion for those most vulnerable, and he had a deep love of children. He was a lifelong pool and open water competitive swimmer. He died unexpectedly in 2019, and his friends founded Swim for Charlie in his honor. That's why we're called Swim for Charlie. Next slide, please. We are, as I said earlier, a community partnership. And who is that partnership? Well, we started in 2020 in Orange County schools with the Orange County Sportsplex, 3 Title I schools. We lost 2 years to the pandemic. During that time, we were fortunate to make a partnership with you, DPS, along with Hollow Rock Racket and Swim Club and North Carolina Central University. That was in 2022, 2023. The next year, we grew to add more schools with Durham Parks and Recreation's Edison Johnson, Duke Brody Aquatic Center, Hope Valley Country Club. And this year, we've also added the Duke Faculty Club. So we've grown from 194 students the first year, 788 the second year, 1165 last year, and we hope to put 1,800 kids through the water this year. And so what does this partnership mean? This partnership means that all 3 partners have skin in the game, and certainly DPS has ponied up their skin in the game. The schools provide transportation, background checks on all instructors, a male and a female chaperone, and lots of logistical support at the schools with the principals, the teachers, and the staff. What do the pools provide? A clean, safe venue at no cost. We don't have to pay any rental fees for the pool. They provide lifeguards and sometimes instructors. And so some people say, well, hey, you have the pools, they have the children, you have the schools have the children, the pools have the pool space. Well, why couldn't you just do it together? What do you need a middleman for? Well, because of course, if you could have done it, it would have been done. Okay. And so what do we provide? We provide a staff dedicated to making sure that the logistics of the program work for all the participants, all the partners. We provide swimsuits and towels to those students who don't have them. Every child gets a mesh bag to carry their suit and towel. A certificate of completion goes to all students attending more than half the lessons. A skills evaluation form going through all the different skills that the child learned, along with some narrative information on what their child did well, what they could do a little bit better. And I understand one of the board members' children has gone through the program, and I hope you've got that skills evaluation form. And on the back of that, it lists some water safety tips, so how these children can stay safe at any aquatic venue. It's information to the parents. And then we give a plaque to each new school in the program. And in fact, I presented a plaque just this morning to Principal Hall of Club Boulevard Elementary School. I don't know if you've seen any of these plaques, but they're quite lovely. Okay. We also recruit and train instructors. We have over 150 instructors, and we need that many to keep our student instructor ratio low. And we also then, we want to make this zero cost to the pools. So we reimburse the pools for their lifeguard and instructor time. That comes out of our money. Can we do the next slide, please? So what's the history of Swim for Charlie for DPS? It started in the fall of 2020 when NCCU Associate Vice Chancellor Johnny Sutherland connected me with DPS Board of Ed member Minnie Fort Brown, I'm sure you know that name, okay, to assist with expanding Swim for Charlie to Durham Public Schools. Minnie set up a meeting between me and Superintendent Pascal Mabenga, who agreed to support the program. Then DPS Chief of Staff, thank you, Tanya, reviewed and signed off on the Memorandum of Understanding between Swim for Charlie, DPS, and the different pools. Chief of Schools, Stacy Stewart, followed by Assistant Superintendents of Elementary Schools, Kimberly Farrell and Julie Spencer, have continued to ensure the smooth execution of the program. Okay, next slide, please. So we don't just have this program, we have it because we want to make sure that we're making a difference. And so we look at two sets of metrics. We look at participation metrics and we look at achievement metrics. We want to make sure we're reaching a population that really needs this. 70%, 77% of students start at level 0, they're fearful of the water, or level 1. They're not fearful, but they have no water safety skills. Those two groups of children, almost 80% of your students, if we put them in the water day 1, they would be a statistic. They are not water safe. About a quarter of the students have some basic water safety skills. 1,555 DPS students have participated in the program, which is an 87% participation. So we offer this program to 100% of second graders in the schools that we are part of. And 87% of the parents sign the permission slip and the children show up. And we have a 91% completion rate. What that means is the children, once they come, they continue to come because they find it's valuable. Next slide, please. And so we don't want to know that we're only, reaching the right population. We want to make sure we're making a difference. 53% of those early learners get to level 2 or higher. They can get from a front to a back float independently, pull themselves out of the water, and they have the skills and the knowledge to save themselves if they're in water over their head. We'd like that number to be higher, but let's look at the denominator. In that denominator, we take all comers. So we have kids who will never be independently water safe. Severe developmental delays, children with missing limbs, autism. We take 100% of your students, okay? 78% of those early learners, even though they maybe not all of them get to be water safe, they're much more comfortable in the water, and with maybe a few more lessons from their parents to get them to schools, they'll get to the spot where they're water safe. 92% of students starting at level 2 or higher, they have some basic skills, they improve. We make them more resilient in the water. So I've heard from some parents, well, my child has some water safety skills. Why should they do it? Because 92% of them get better. They're much more resilient. Okay, next slide, please. Just before, and so in addition to those important metrics, to contributing to their water safety, there are other benefits that have been seen. Improved stamina, okay? Decreased school absenteeism during the weeks of Swim for Charlie and afterwards. I've been told that by principals, APs, teachers, and parents. Improved confidence and well-being, improved academic performance. And here we are, the last slide. It takes a community to make children water safe. Thank you very much for giving me that lovely spark pin. I love that, but it's not me, okay? Who is involved in this? And let me just tell you, if any link in this isn't part of it, it doesn't happen. School board members, if the board says no, it doesn't happen. If the superintendent says no, it doesn't happen. The principals, the teachers, the bus drivers, other school staff, pool administrators, aquatic directors, lifeguards, instructors, all of these people, our staff, our board members, our hundreds of donors and granting agencies that allow us to provide the things that we're doing so it can be zero cost. The volunteer instructors, you saw several of them back there, our program manager, Valerie, and instructor Donna, make this happen. Parents and guardians, they don't sign the permission slip, the child doesn't get in there. The students, so it takes 7,800 people to make 2,200 children water safe. Okay, so it's not me, it's those folks. Can we just go through this next few slides pretty quickly? So these are the skills we show your children. How to blow bubbles, hold breath in the water. It's for some people, oh yeah, it's a little big. If you take a really scared child, that's a big deal, getting their face wet. Okay, next slide. This is look at that slide in the middle going down. Hopefully your children look like that in the pool. They're raising their hand. Demonstrate a beautiful front float come up. You can see she's not wearing goggles, no cap. We want to make this a water safety program. If she fell in the lake or a retention pond, she doesn't have her goggles on, she doesn't have her cap. We want her to not panic. We want her to know what she should do. And there you have some cute kids floating on their front, independently. On the back, we can see back float, and these instructors are showing different techniques on how to make these children comfortable in the water on their back. Next slide, please. Look at the smiles on these children's faces. And so we drill into their heads. You get into the water and you're in water over your head and you're getting tired. What are you supposed to do? And they'll yell at you, get into a back float. That's what they're doing. That will make them water safe. Next slide, please. Get them from a front to a back float. They fall into the water. And if they can't get back float, that's it. They're a statistic. That's a huge skill. There's instructor Jade, NCCU grad doing that, elementary backstroke, so they can get easy, very little effort. Next slide. And that's ball game. So you got more, you've got a PDF is being sent to you that has some of the comments that are not on the slides and also a few more slides that you can enjoy. I'm sorry I took so much time. Thank you so much. You have stepped up to the plate. Durham community has stepped up to the plate, and it just warms my heart.
Thank you so much, Dr. Klein. Thank you, Board of Swim for Charlie, for being here. Colleagues, any other thoughts, gratitudes to extend? Ms. Byer.
So I just want to extend such gratitude to you all and to all of your volunteers. And encourage any community member that is interested in an amazing volunteer opportunity that is so much more fun than water aerobics. And if folks stop by sometime when y'all are teaching, this is one of the most joyful learning experiences I have ever seen. And so I'm so proud of the work that is going on with Swim for Charlie. So proud to see your numbers increasing to 1,800 students. And thank you for sharing your hearts with our students.
Thank you, Ms. Harold-Goff.
Yeah, I mentioned my son went through Swim for Charlie, so I can testify that not only did he looked forward to going to school every day that he had Swim for Charlie, But he also, after just those few sessions, that summer, he started swimming. And we had been working with him. He started swimming right after that. So it was pretty amazing.
Ms. Carter Otten.
I'll just echo the thanks. So really excited that y'all are here this evening. That presentation was beautiful and heartwarming. My daughter also went through the program last year and loved it. And also I work at school. I worked at the School of Medicine with Charlie. And so it's so wonderful to see this program continuing in his name, and he would be so happy to see what y'all are doing. So thank you for all of your work and the work of everybody else.
Can I ask you to come to the mic?
On the back of the literature that we send home, we tell the parents that they can go to Campus Hills or Edison Johnson and can take their kids there for free certain days after school and after Saturday and Sunday afternoons. And that's just such a great thing.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Ms. Umstead.
I just want to echo the appreciation. And I think, especially when we think about students of color and this life-saving skill, our community has been impacted by students who needed the life-saving skills in order to have a different outcome. So I just want to say thank y'all. I appreciate that.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the review of policy 2130. Ms. Giovanni, Dr. Giovanni.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis, Chair Rogers, members of the board. This policy is before you for the board's discussion and review and consideration of some potentially outdated provisions in the policy. And as we work through the various policy updates, we will be bringing forward different policies for the board to consider. As this is a policy 2000, which are the board policies, it is generally the practice that board members would lead those discussions versus kind of recommendations from administration on what it is that the board should do. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Chair Rogers to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. Colleagues, policy 2130 allows board members to seek reimbursement. Each board member, I guess it's 2130B3. Board member communication expenses. Each board member will be eligible for a mobile device / technology supplement to offset the board member's official use of a personal mobile device or technology resources. The amount of the mobile device supplement will be established by the board as part of annual budget preparation and authorized as required by law. This policy was last revised in 2016 when we were operating with free nights and free weekends, and had minutes on our cell phone policies. Don't remember that, Ms. Umstead?
I do, but I think in 2016 we had moved past that.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So we have colleagues that are seeking reimbursement for technology use, but also colleagues that have been notified that the district could offer us an opportunity for a district issued device, which would be in line with our counterparts at the city and at the county. But we need to understand how much that would cost. So I'm going to ask Ms. Malone to come to the podium or to the table, wherever she chooses to be, to speak to the cost of the devices and what's available for board members.
Good evening, Chair Rogers. Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Lewis. The current district standard for cell phones for non-transportation staff, we have available Apple iPhones 12s. The equipment is no charge. The standard monthly charge for cellular and data of those iPhones is $42.32 a month per phone. And then there's also an optional charge if you choose to enable mobile hotspots on those district cell phones. And that is an additional $13.62 a month, and that includes taxes. We do have these phones available tonight, if the board does choose to make that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. I did have a question. Can't remember it now. Colleagues, anybody have any questions for Ms. Malone? Okay, so it would not be within our policy right now to issue cell phones, but I know that some board members have requested cell phones. So the question that I have to the board is, would we be open to having Ms. Malone issue cell phones to board members at the expense that she's just named? And do we want them to have mobile hotspots?
I would like to be able to, have the option to have the board be able to, be issued a cell phone for safety concerns, for, better, to be able to, communicate and be able to have a place for community to reach out better, as opposed to having to use my personal phone. So I would like to have that option. As far as the price goes, what I'm understanding is that we could either choose to have a device issued, or we could choose to have reimbursement. So I wanted to clarify that if we're using a personal phone for that use.
So that's up to the board.
Uh-huh.
We would have to waive our
That's what
current
we-
policy
Mhm.
in order to have the devices issued. So what I would recommend, having heard from several board members, is that we waive the current policy and allow board members to request a phone from Ms. Malone or reimbursement for the same cost of that DPS is paying for cell phone.
All right.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Oh, given that the devices would belong to the school system and would be returned when the board member no longer needs it or is no longer on the board, I'm not sure that it falls under compensation. It's more akin to like the laptops or other, because you're borrowing it essentially.
We don't have a laptop policy.
Okay. So we could certainly add something like that to the policy of just discussing in general that board members would have access to technological devices. The technology supplement as a reimbursement, I think is also, I think it is permitted by your current policy, but it setting an amount, that it would perhaps be capped at what the board pays for, its own phones would make sense.
So if you cap it at that, where do you start it?
So to me, so board member compensation, as you know, has to be approved by the commissioners, but I don't think that a reimbursement is compensation. It's like reimbursing you for your actual expenses. So I would say it is if you're getting reimbursed for your cell phone use, I suppose you could start it at the amount of your bill up to $42 or whatever the current rate is. Does that make sense?
So each individual board member would get a different reimbursement based on their bill and whatever plan
I
that
will
they've
say,
worked out.
I am assuming that most people's cell bills are more than $42.
Mm-hmm.
And so most people would get $42. But I think that's open to, I don't know a lot about the logistics of how different board members may have different, I guess what I'm saying is for it to be an actual reimbursement, the only exception here would be like, if there is a board member who doesn't have a cell phone, they wouldn't get the reimbursement. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But beyond that, as long as it's a reasonable amount that is tied to, an actual expense that you have, I think you have some flexibility.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Colleagues, any thoughts on next steps, a motion? Ms. Chavez, do you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm in favor of waiving this policy at this time, but I also think we should update the policy if this is going to be a standard thing that is done year to year, which I think makes a lot of sense to have a board or a district issued phone for those who choose to have that. So
Ms. Chavez, are you offering a motion?
yes, my first motion is that I move that we waive this policy in order to allow for board members to receive a district issued cell phone.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to waive policy 2130 to allow board members to be issued a district cell phone. There is discussion, Ms. Umstead.
Yeah, just a couple clarifying points. When we waive policy, is that the whole policy and are there other implications for that? It would be my
My
question.
understanding is the motion is just to waive any portion of that policy that might otherwise not allow this.
Okay. And then is there a time frame that we're looking at this? Should we revisit it from year to year as well? And sorry, and should we amend that motion just to be clear around communication expenses? Because there's other things around filing for reimbursements and conferences in this policy, and I just want to be clear about what we're waiving and what we're not waiving.
Yes, I think that's fine. So the motion can be to waive
It's B3. That's where we
B3.
started the discussion, B3.
B3 of policy 2130 in order to allow for board members to receive a cell phone if they choose. And I also I think that putting a time frame on it would be fine, like a year, and then that gives us time to modify the policy.
Could it be along with our annual budget?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so can I ask one more clarifying question? We're waiving the policy in order for people to actually get a device. So with the annual budget, that's already in the policy, correct? Around like looking at the supplement for phones?
That is already in the budget.
So do we need a different checkpoint for the issuing of a device? Because those feel like two separate issues, right?
So my understanding of the motion was just about the issuing of district-owned devices. And so then if there's a separate action about the supplement, that would be a second motion? Did I understand that correctly?
Right.
Okay.
But also, if we do it when we're considering the budget, as part of our budget, that would be a line item in the board budget and should be expected for the next year if we make that request. And then if we decide we don't have the money for it, then the devices get turned back in or people don't get that reimbursement, which would also require us to change the policy for the expense and the reimbursement.
Yeah, I guess I see them almost a little as two, and so it's a little confusing to me which one we're doing. But I think if other folks are clear, that's okay. But just the giving of device is a loan, right? Out to we're loaning you this technology to bring it back. But but the supplement is a part of developing the budget, which one might not impact the other, is what I'm also hearing.
That's right. So the current policy already provides for the provision of a mobile device supplement. I think if the issue is that, it says it'll be part of the board's budget and it wasn't this year, you could just ask the finance officer to prepare an amended budget that includes that for the rest of this year.
And I could be loaned a phone without it impacting the budget also, maybe what I'm hearing. Or no?
So is the board not paying the expense that Ms. Malone just suggested?
Yes, so Madam Chair, depending on how many board members tonight select to get phones, going forward, we will be reaching out because monthly we have to pay Verizon. And so we will let you know based on the number of phones, time that $42, how much, and you would provide us the budget code where we take those funds from each month.
So it would still impact the district budget, I mean, the
And so
board
if-
budget.
If that's not something that's currently in the board budget, you could amend the board's budget to include it, I would think. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm.
I see. Wait, so the supplement and the phone could be the same, device can be the same. I think I heard you talking about this kind of, we're giving a device as a loan type of action that I was thinking they're not the same action.
The
but they
hardware
are
doesn't have a cost, it
cost.
sounds like,
I
but
see.
it's the service.
Mr. Tab, do you have any comment?
No, I was just saying that, well, thinking that, I thought when we discussed this, we were just saying that we would just, they would just issue the cell phones to those persons who wanted it. We would just be waiving the policy that we already have just for distribution of cell phone, and it would come out of the current budget. But if we need to waive the budget, I mean, or get an amendment to the budget, then that's just we probably need to add that to the motion.
Okay. So a couple things. The first thing is we do have a line item for technology. And so it can go to that line. That's not the issue. We just have to approve that it's going to that line.
Okay, so there are no other thoughts from me then, just I think that others have cell phones, and I think with the board business, and there's a lot of board business, that we need to continue to do board business on district equipment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Ms. Chavez offered a motion. It was seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so the motion is to waive 2130 B3 to issue mobile devices and review it as part of our budget. If this is going to be forthcoming or annually. All those, nope, we have to do a voice vote. Mr. Tab,
Board Member Wendell Tab votes aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Sid,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. Board members can seek a cellular device from Ms. Malone at their convenience, should they so desire. Is there any other discussion on this topic, colleagues? Ms. Chavez?
A related point is just that I would like us to discuss at some point our full budget as a board, so we can look at that and approve it.
We can do that.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask is that tonight before you go into closed session, we have your phones. They are labeled with your phone numbers. I can personally give those to you. And if you need any support, we will have our technician here that can provide you support with getting logged in and everything to those devices. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there anyone that would prefer to be reimbursed? If so, we need a motion for that. Well, we have to determine how much they're gonna be reimbursed. Because we haven't established it.
Yes, it does say the amount of the supplement will be established by the board.
Okay, so how about, you said 42 a month. I'm thinking that may go up in the future. So to cover us, up to $50 a month, would that work? I'm trying to keep it moving here. That,
Yep. Is there a motion?
yeah, I was just looking for
Yeah.
people's eyebrows. And then I was gonna say, I move that we adopt a technology supplement if folks choose to apply. No, yeah, to seek reimbursement of up to $50 a month per board member.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Umstead to allow board members to seek reimbursement up to $50 per month for technology use. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Tab?
Our board member Wendell Tab votes aye. Were you asking for the vote or you asking for?
Asking for the vote.
Okay, yeah, our board member Wendell Tab votes aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten? Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
Aye.
And I'm Millicent and I vote aye. It passes unanimously. Thanks all. The next item on our agenda is a Board of Education item. We've asked Ms. Lori McNulty to make the presentation with an update from the ad hoc committee on meet and confer.
This up a little bit. Good evening, Dr. Lewis, board, cabinet, staff members, and community members. I'm here to provide a brief report of the progress of the ad hoc committee tonight. This committee was formed in early 2023 at the request of the board to guide and create a policy.
2024, right? Not 23.
2024.
Last school year.
Yes.
year.
I know.
Still in-
It feels like a long time, sorry. Yes, it was February and March. I'll just leave it at that. To create a policy that would guide the inception of an employees relation / meet and confer policy that would increase communication and collaboration between DPS administration, the board, classified staff, and certified staff. The committee consists of 2 board members, including Ms. Lewis, former board member, also 4 employees who are current DAE members, 4 employees who are non-DAE members, DPS administration, which is the superintendent, chief of staff, and deputy superintendent, myself as the facilitator, and consultation from legal representation from both NCAE and DPS. A little bit about the history. There have been a total of 6 meetings, 5 between March and June, with a brief hiatus for the board's summer time, as well as to give Dr. Lewis a little bit of time to get his legs underneath him and kind of understand the context of what was happening. And we started back up just a few weeks ago in September for our 6th meeting. The content of these meetings has really focused on understanding the perspective of all of the parties involved, their needs, and then to create the structures for that employee relations committee. Both DAE and DPS administration brought forth policies to just about every meeting. And with each meeting, those policies were then revised in large part coming closer and closer to consensus. They were undergoing revisions at many of those meetings. And so we went through those and gave feedback at each meeting as well. There were definitely points of agreement and there were points of convergence at every meeting, divergence, excuse me. So the ad hoc committee also discussed policy 7210, which is the staff involvement in decision-making. Then the board chair did refer this to DPS administration for review. I want to highlight some of those points of agreement and some of where opinions diverged. So I think all ad hoc committee members agreed that every employee deserves a voice and every group of employee deserves a voice and some feedback to leadership and the board. There was also agreement about the number of meetings. So it was agreed that quarterly meetings plus a fifth meeting during budget season and the option to have additional meetings as needed and agreed upon by the committee. The key points where there was lack of agreement with the ad hoc committee was really about the basic purpose of the board. So whether it was an employee relations committee or a formal meet and confer, which have some significant differences, especially around composition and who gets to attend and have a voice during those specific meetings. The other point was really around the scope of the work of the committee and whether that should be focused solely on compensation issues or whether it should be expanded into other topics that are important and impactful to all employees. I am now going to hand over to Dr. Lewis for any comments, then to Rod Malone or his designee, and then we'll hand it back to the board for other comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. McNulty. I appreciate your facilitation in what has been a long process. Obviously, I only attended one meeting, and I do recognize the work that has been done prior to me arriving. I think I've shared before that I had experiences in 2 different states with collective bargaining agreements, both in Kansas and Missouri, in terms of employee voice and hearing from staff. When we think about the work that the ad hoc committee has done to ensure that there is a meet and confer policy, and also juxtapose that against the policy 7210, a goal is to develop a policy that is legal, first of all, in ensuring that we are following, I think it's 95-98, and ensuring that the terms that we use doesn't violate that. That speaks to any governing body cannot enter into an agreement with a labor union. So I want to make that clear that we don't violate that. And I also say this, a policy, even a collective bargaining agreement, is not worth the paper it's written on if it's not put into practice, if actions are not behind it in terms of getting employee voice. And then what do you do with that? Getting employee feedback. And there's a huge difference between input and feedback, right? And so making sure that there are spaces for both to happen, and also recognizing and acknowledging existing spaces that exist for the purposes of hearing employee voice. Teacher working condition survey. And I will tell you that based on my experience, staff will not continue to complete surveys if they don't believe that their voice is being heard in that platform, and nothing is being changed there. In addition, the superintendent staff advisory councils, teachers and classified staff spaces there. And I do recognize, and again, I'm still learning, this is day 33 now. And with that, I've visited 35 schools in 33 days. And if you have been to your school, you know I talk to you and going through this process of listening and learning. And so we think about the superintendent advisory councils. I've heard that has just been a formality or a checkbox, and nothing happens after that. And I will tell you that during my first meeting, feedback I received from teachers is one of the things we need to change is the amount of time that they're on the advisory council, which has been 1 year. You know, we only have 4 or 5 meetings. What can we get done in a year? And so I changed that. It's now 2 years. And so that's an opportunity for us to really do some great work together. And in that platform, we talked about ways that we can really focus on, 1 or 2 things that we want to accomplish this entire year. Yes, we want to hear all of the concerns that are going on within the buildings, but what do we want to work on as a council that we can say, because I was on this council 2 years, we were able to accomplish this for our staff. We were able to accomplish this for our students. So all that to say, I just want to honor the spaces that's currently in place and let this board and staff know that I utilize those spaces, not just as a checkbox, but to genuinely listen and genuinely hear, and then take action on those things that we can. As I mentioned, in 2 previous districts, I got a letter of recommendation from one of the union presidents, and I shared with her, my goal is to work you out of a job, because when you bring concerns to me, if our team can make it happen, we're going to make it happen. So again, just acknowledging the action that needs to happen after voices are heard. And so I think we're at a pivotal point in terms of where we've been, where this district has been prior to me arriving over the past 9 months, with a huge opportunity before us to really sit down and think about what can we do together that will benefit ultimately all of our scholars. And so I'm looking forward to the discussion, but also looking forward to, as we are moving through this process, you always hear me say, our kids can't wait. And likewise, our staff can't wait. And so as we're moving through this process, and what can we continue to focus on that we're hearing already, and the things that I'm learning as I'm getting out into the community.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And so obviously I am filling in for Rod tonight, and, certainly a meet and confer process, a meet and confer policy is something that we can develop. And as Dr. Lewis mentioned, there are guardrails around what the board can do and what that can say. I think it might help me to know what questions you have for me or what you'd like me to address in specific, whether it's policy language or.
Do you have any feedback on the drafts here?
Sure, absolutely. So as Dr. Lewis referenced, there is a statute in North Carolina, it's 95-98, that prohibits any agreement between any government agency and any labor union. And so it's fairly sweeping. It's been the law since the 1970s. And so that is one of the largest guardrails, of course, that there's not negotiation, there's not reaching agreement or any sort of binding agreement. I also do want to highlight another more recent statute, which is 115C 335.9, and I'm not sure this one's been discussed before. The Equal Access Act, that it is the intent of the General Assembly that all education employee associations have equal access to employees at schools. And so this was the statute that said, if you open your mailboxes, your newsletters and so forth to one employee organization, you have to open it to all, which makes sense. But it also states that a school system may not give any education employee association preferential treatment through procedures, policies, or any other means, and may not endorse one education employee association over another. So I do think that the policy language that references like certain organizations being sort of official and being deemed as members of this and others not could be problematic, because it causes the board to to give preferential treatment to one organization and not others. So I do think that's a part that we would need to look at in drafting a policy. The only other things in looking at the drafts, I think the first draft was a provision that that there would be one employee representative organization, and then it would select representatives on this committee or advisory council, and that the board would then appoint those representatives. And I think there would need to be some discussion about the fact that the board has discretion there. So we can't would not want to delegate to a third-party group the total authority to select who's on a board advisory council. I think, and I will say that is mentioned in the memo from the NCAE attorney. I mean, her memo said that the authority to choose the composition of a council must rest with the board. So I don't think that's controversial. I think we just need to make that clearer in the draft, that the board would not be delegating its ultimate decision-making authority as far as appointing, although it would certainly take nominations from the various constituent groups. So overall, I think, certainly the board can have a meet and confer process. The governor has one, state agencies have one. This is definitely something we can do. We just have to be careful that we stay within those two statutes and structure it in such a way that, I mean, when you look, even I looked at the National Education Association, which has a list of labor terms and their definitions for educators, and meet and confer is defined as, in an area where collective bargaining doesn't happen, a process of coming together to discuss issues and solicit input. And I think that is the definition of that process. And so looking at a process that is about conferring, soliciting input, having the opportunity to give input and have it be heard by the board is what a good meet and confer policy would represent. But we would need to avoid, that we're like negotiating and voting on policies that would then be binding.
Thank you. I'm not sure I've seen that memo that you're referencing. Can you make sure that's sent to the board?
Which one, from the NCAE Legal Counsel?
Mhm.
Yes, it was from back in February, so I just happened to still have it.
Thank you. I can appreciate that. Colleagues, any comments? Ms. Byer?
So I was back to trying to understand 115C-335.9. So can you read aloud again some of the text in that legislation that gives you pause?
Yes, so this was titled by the General Assembly, the Equal Access Act. It was adopted with the 2012-2013 school year, which is confusing because there is a federal Equal Access Act that applies to schools, but this is a separate thing. Defines education employee association to include teacher associations, teacher organizations, and classified employee associations, and states that all education employee associations should have equal access to employees at schools, and that schools may not favor or endorse an education employee association. So then there's a list of 5 things that you can't do. One has to do with mailbox access. One has to do with recruiting events and not allowing one unless you allow all, like coming to PD or other school system events to recruit. But the ones that gave me pause is number 3, may not give an education employee association preferential treatment through procedures, policies, or any other means. And then it has a reference about payroll deduction that is not an issue here. And then number 4, may not endorse one education employee association over another. And then I don't think this applies here or is relevant, but a school shall not discourage or prohibit an employee from joining an organization or show preferences toward any association.
My second question would be, having reviewed the policy drafts that are posted and brought here to the website, are either of them ready for action this evening?
I would say no.
Okay.
Neither.
Okay, and then some of the language that that I've seen in emails from DAE refer to language that one of the demands is beginning to negotiate with us. And do you have feedback on how we clarify that expectation as we move, forward with some policy to increase employee voice, but that negotiation kind of language that keeps coming up?
So that I think would be part of what the North Carolina prohibits, because if you're negotiating, it's to reach an agreement. And that we are not permitted to do. But again, of course, soliciting input and then the board choosing to accept and follow the recommendations of an employee group is absolutely within your purview.
I have a follow-up question to that, and then I'll let other folks go. I think my question is, when we're looking at, where's my computer? Go to sleep now. When we are looking at the first meet and confer policy that shows up in our pracies, Articles 1 through 3, the school district shall recognize, is 1A. The school district shall recognize employee representative organizations that demonstrate at least 25% membership in the 23-24 school year, and then at least 50% membership in subsequent years among non-administrative and non-managerial Durham Public School active employees. Administrative and managerial employees are defined as individuals. Is that section asking us to endorse an organization?
So, well, I don't know if it's asking you to endorse, but it is asking you to prefer one over another, in the sense that it says it would create a system where the board has a process for receiving input from organizations that have a certain membership and does not open that process to others. And I think that would be a problem under the statute.
Thank you. That's helpful. Colleagues? Ms. Harold-Goff?
So my understanding is that we are exploring several different ways to engage, to do a better job of engaging our community. As Dr. Lewis was mentioning, there are all of these existing spaces for people to come and to, we're hearing from community that those spaces are not working, and even if they are being heard, then we have to begin to process what's happening. So this meet and confer policy, the ask is that it be designed to be one of the arms of those spaces. Understanding that we have to be within the law, and that space be for the ERO. And so I've come prepared today to make a motion to develop a meet and confer policy to establish regular meetings with the ERO that demonstrates the DRO that demonstrates majority, the 50% membership among non-administrative and non-managerial Durham Public School active employees as of the end of last year. What I'm hearing is that in that statute, that could present a problem because it sounds preferential. So I would like to amend, to change that, and to still ask to make a motion to develop a meet and confer policy to establish regular meetings with the ERO. It doesn't name the ERO. But what it does is it does clarify that this particular policy that we would be developing would be still for that purpose, to discuss issues and to solicit input from one of our, a stakeholder in our community that has done so much organizing historically to represent voices and our staff in Durham Public Schools. So understanding that we still need to do the work, everything that has happened that has happened in the ad hoc committee to this point is valid and relevant and heard. All of those voices also need to be heard as part of the whole hand that has to do this work in all of these various spaces that we can improve. But for this particular policy, we want to focus on the ERO and recognize and benefit from the historical, all of the work that has gone into organizing over the years. So is that that motion clear? Do I need to restate it? All right, so I'm making a motion to develop a meet and confer policy to establish regular meetings with the ERO. So what that does, that separates the ERO from other entities in this particular policy.
Motion fails without a second. Anybody else have any commentary or any other comments they want to offer to the policy?
So I have a motion trying to bring us to consensus.
Wait, can you make a motion while a motion is on the floor?
Well,
Motion's not on the floor anymore.
It didn't, no, 1 second.
I move that the board refer the meet and confer policy to the superintendent based on the feedback from the ad hoc committee and from the greater Durham community and work in consultation with the board's attorney. Move that the board refer the meet and confer policy to the superintendent based on feedback from the ad hoc committee and the greater Durham community in consultation with the board's attorney.
And is the desire that we would bring back a draft that incorporates that feedback as much as legally possible?
Yes,
We'd
and
be happy to
assuming
be-
that it's a legal policy that helps us move forward in Durham and thread what are nearly impossible laws. Yeah.
Again, the motion
I would second that.
been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Umstead for the board to refer the policy to the superintendent, include the feedback from the ad hoc committee to develop a policy with the attorney that falls within the law.
And feedback from the greater Durham
And
community. because
feedback from
these-
the greater
yeah, thank
Durham
you.
community. Is there any discussion? Ms. Carter Otten.
I guess I'm confused. Is there a precedent on this board before my time for passing policy-making responsibilities from the board to the superintendent? And I'm wondering why it's believed that that's not something that the board can do with our attorney. So if you could speak to that a little bit more and kind of explain your, those of you who are in support of this, speak to your thoughts around why this is something that the board cannot do.
And so I think that meet and confer is actually work that the superintendent will lead with our employees. And he will develop a policy that to bring forward to the board. I think most of our policies actually come from staff or recommendations from staff and NCSBA. So yeah, we don't draft most of the policies that we pass. And I'm appreciative of the feedback that we've received and the time that both DAE and the Teamsters and individual employees have brought to this process. I think both of these need to come hand in hand with 7210, which is already going to be worked on by staff. And I think that's the way to move it forward most expeditiously. Expeditiously. I don't think this board will wordsmith it sitting on the dais. I think that's the way to get it actually done. So that's why.
Ms. Umstead.
Yeah, and I would add, I'm happy to add a board member to that mix, the motion that if so amenable by Ms. Byer, I think that what I've heard is tension between what's been presented to us, the legal portions of that, and the work that needs to happen to move it from drafts and feedback to like something that the board can wrestle with. And so I see that motion was a direction of how do we move towards something. The practice in our board has been that staff works with, whether it's NTSBA and our legal attorneys, to bring policy to the board as drafts. The board gives feedback and direction, and then the staff goes and works on it some more and then brings it back to us. That has been the practice of our board. I think I am clear, and I think most of us are, that our job as policymakers is to pass policy, but we need to make sure we do that in consultation with our staff who understand what it looks like in practice. We do it in consultation with our attorney also to make sure we stay within legal bounds. So if it also could work to add board members to that, designate board members that also work with the superintendent and legal, I'm happy to do that so we can have board voice as a part of the perspective or part of the next steps.
Ms. Carter, did you have a response? Mr. Tab wanted to speak also. Are you responding to Ms. Umstead? Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate that historical perspective. We do have board policy titled Board Policies, where it says the Board of Education believes that the development of policies and the evaluation of policy administration is the most important function of a school board. The board reserves to itself the functions of developing and revising policies for the school system. So while that might have been practice, it's not in policy that was established in 2016. I can't recall, y'all were on the board at that point, right?
Yeah, so I joined the board in October of 2016. I think what I have seen happen often when we review policy is board and staff are together having conversation around policy and changes that we want to make. And I just think it's vital that the people who are practicing the policy and are implementing the policy and that are impacted by the policy are in the room when we're making the policy. And I understand that we as a board have a decision to make that happen. I have a duty to make that happen as board members. And I believe in how do we be in consultation with other people in order to make the work happen. And so I think in order to get from drafts and feedback to the policy, we're going to need to have conversations that can happen outside of this room to move it to that place. And then our board comes and says, we like it or we don't. We need to start all over again, right? Actually, let's go back out, send 2 members to do the work. Like that's our role as a board to do that work. And I think it can happen again in consultation with staff and folks who are impacted. That's my belief on it.
Mr. Tab, then Ms. Harold Goff, then Ms. Chavez.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the dialogue from all of my colleagues on the board. What I did want to say was that we are at a point where either we really support meet and confer or we do not support meet and confer, or we are all going to work together to try to support meet and confer by finding a way to stay within the law, but yet bring the communities together to making sure that that DAE and the work that they have done, of course, will be realized. I am concerned with the motion from the standpoint of the ad hoc committee, where I think that committee itself still needs to work out. What I heard from the beginning was that there were some places of agreement, and then there were places that they did not agree. And I'm not sure if the ad hoc committee will continue to be able to work that out I would hope so, but I'm just a little uneasy about that. I would, as I shared with the president of the DAE, that I support meet and confer, but I also would like for Dr. Lewis to be a part of the conversation that together, as we talk about bringing people together, being transparent, being trustworthy, all those things, open communication that we've talked about, this is a definite an opportunity for that to happen. So I'm a little I'm not totally buying the motion. I apologize for that, but I think there are some problems that we know that's within the ad hoc committee that if I wouldn't want that to be in the motion. So
So, Mr. Tab, if I appreciate that, I did not intend for anything to go back to the ad hoc committee. While I am appreciative of that work, I know that we've reached a spot where there are differences that won't be resolved there that will need to be resolved by the board. So, my motion was not to have that be a living place, but I do want to acknowledge the voices and the feedback and the draft policies and the documentation and the minutes and all the work that that group has done so far as vital reference points for the superintendent and staff as they work forward. So I hope, I'm glad you pointed that out if it wasn't clear. I was not trying to send it back to and keep an ad hoc committee going forever. And I want to take this opportunity to actually express so much gratitude to Ms. McNulty for facilitating what have been some of the most challenging conversations, brave conversations, bold conversations, and I appreciate, folks coming when things were uncomfortable and having those conversations together.
Ms. Chavez, Ms. Harold Goff.
Madam President, I thank Ms. Bias for jumping in there and clearing it up, but I wasn't quite finished yet, Madam.
Okay, Mr. Tab, go ahead.
Thank you. I would definitely recommend, I would offer an amended motion that we can support meet and confer through the actions of the DAE president and the superintendent, Dr. Lewis, and giving him an opportunity to work with her and work out those particular details and keeping us within the law. But and I think that may bring us all back together to making sure that we can get a meet and confer if possible. Thank you.
The motion to amend the motion does not have a second, and therefore it fails.
Can we repeat the original motion one more time?
Okay, the original motion, and then Mr. Tab, after Ms. Byer reads back the original motion, will you restate your amendment?
I move the board refer the meet and confer policy to the superintendent based on the feedback from the ad hoc committee and the Greater Durham community in consultation with the board's attorney.
Mr. Tab, the amendment?
The amendment was that I proposed, make a motion that the superintendent work with the president of DAE in consultation with the board's attorney and working out the details to bring it back to the board.
Second.
Are you asking if I would accept that friendly amendment, Mr. Tab?
Yeah, the only thing I was really taking out was the ad hoc stuff.
Well, I think you added in with the president of Durham Association of Educators. Is that how I heard it? Is it?
Yes, but I thought that's what you would.
Yeah, I want to appreciate your background too, Mr. Tab. It's fabulous. I welcome that. I am trying to figure out and get a nod from the attorney that that's not going to cause us great concern.
I don't think so, just to consult. Certainly if other groups had feedback, I know that they would send it to Dr. Lewis also.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez. Yes, we're still following the list that I gave out earlier.
So I wanted to say, going back, I wanted to clarify about Joy's motion, before letting it die. So, I don't know if we can go back to that after this or what, but, or make a new motion. But I think I just wanted to further draw out what you were saying about that motion. So that's one thing. With this current motion, I think that, well, there are a few things. One, I do think it's the board's role to develop policy, and I think board members should be involved in that. Two, I think referring the meet and confer policy only to the superintendent and attorneys that's again leaving out the voices of the people, which is the meet and confer policy is trying to achieve. And then I also thank you, Ms. McNulty, for your work facilitating. We gave you a very difficult job, I think, because in observing the ad hoc committee, I really appreciate everyone who showed up and gave their all, their thoughts, their energy. And I think that we were working with different sets of assumptions in the room. And so it was difficult to come to a one policy because of that issue right there. And the board set that up. So so we could have gone back and done that differently, but I appreciate, the work that was done, because a lot of meaningful dialogue came out of that. I think also, so let's see, with this policy, the first time the board received a version of the meet and confer policy from DAE was in February. The board has seen has seen it over time. We've had it. And Mr. Malone has reviewed it multiple times and has been also present at the ad hoc committees. So the piece about preferential treatment, I'm not sure why it's coming up now. I also don't think, I realize that that's, a matter of, it seems to depend with the statute on how one reads preferential treatment. And I think that, and so I'm not sold on this, on a meet and confer policy with an ERO that meets a certain threshold being preferential treatment. And I think that, I'll raise, and I know the statute refers to education associations, but that the governor himself has a meet and confer policy with an employee association whose membership includes at least 20% of the employees with the threshold. So I think that I do want to go back. We can finish out this motion. I want to go back to the one that Joy was working on making, and just ask for clarity about that, so we can get that back on the table. And I'll save my other thoughts. Thanks.
Ms. Harold.
I'll say it again.
We're in the middle of a motion, so this is discussion on the motion.
So
to, refer the policy to the superintendent, include feedback from ad hoc committee and the president of DAE with the attorney,
All right,
with
so
feedback from community.
my concern about whatever is moving forward, my understanding is that we are not going to be voting on any policy today. That's clear, not voting on a policy today. What we're trying to do is to move it forward with the clarity that it will be with the SRO and not with the ERO, excuse me, ERO, and not with the community at large, not with the, what was the term you used? Feedback from the greater,
I think the feedback from the greater community was what I said, because we have just posted this information recently, and Durham folks always like to share.
and they should. It said one of the things that everybody agree, everybody's voice deserves to be heard. But for clarity for this particular policy development, my concern is that it is for simplicity, for clarity, for transparency, that this particular, what we're moving forward is with these next discussions to get to that place, the legal place, the language that we need so that we can be in compliance and everything is with the ERO and not, we don't use the language, so that it, we're moving from the ad hoc committee to this next step of moving forward, meet and confer with the ERO.
Okay.
That is, I want to make sure that that is what we are doing.
So I have some comments, but I would like to offer that there's a motion on the floor and we can take up that motion and then revisit if it specifically speaks to the ERO or not. To separate those two things is what I'm offering.
All right, so this,
Because we have to give them direction as to what we expect them to discuss and what we want a policy to look like when it comes back to us.
right, so that discussion should be with the ERO, with the ERO.
But what I'm
should be
saying is,
included.
we haven't voted to ask administration to do anything right now,
Mhm.
to ask administration to work with anybody. We haven't taken that vote
Okay.
yet. Once that vote is taken, if it passes, we can get very granular and specific about what we wanted to see by a motion and making sure, because the only way we can communicate as a board is to move that 4 or more of us want to take this action together. Ms. Chavez?
I have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, am I gonna get to give feedback?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have to.
No, do you?
You can offer
Either way.
you can offer your amendment.
Okay. I would like to, move that we, refer the meet and confer policy to,
Are you making an amendment?
I would like
Or
to
you
amend
making
the
a
motion. No, I'm trying to amend the
Okay.
motion because the motion on the floor right now is to have the superintendent and the president of DAE meet
With the attorney?
with the attorney to discuss the meet and confer policy.
Mm-hmm.
To bring a
And
draft
bring a
back
draft
to the
back
board.
to the
and to bring
board
it-
that falls
right.
within the law.
So I would like to amend the motion to include, for the meeting to include, the board chair and vice chair, and, to come back with a policy by the October 24th meeting. Hold on, let me see if that's the right date. 24th.
I am happy to accept the addition of the board chair and vice chair, and I do not want to put a timeline on the superintendent's work, and so I happily, and I want to hear also the feedback from Ms. Rogers as well. Thank you.
I don't know where to start. I want to thank DAE for asking us to think about what a meeting confer policy would look like, for working with us through many meetings, many conversations about how employee input could be implemented better in Durham. I get excited about when we have an opportunity in Durham to implement things that are innovative, that are different, and that reflect our values. And this is an opportunity that we have here. I sat in many meetings, many ad hoc committee meetings, and asked the same questions. And I understand the concern that that so many members of our community have expressed in regards to the makeup of the ad hoc committee. There are things that I learned through that process that I wouldn't have learned otherwise, and I hope my colleagues have learned some of that as well. It has never been the intention of this board in any iteration to pit certain employees against others. And that's what it felt like often. But also we have a policy for employees to give input and feedback. And we delegate that work to the superintendent because the superintendent is that management team. Dr. Lewis has been here since August 12th, and members of DAE have met with him more often than board members. Have they shared that with all the employees that work for DPS and the outcomes of those meetings? I don't know. I don't see any evidence of that. Dr. Lewis and I had meetings with DAE around the salary and the salary schedules to make sure that we all had an understanding. We have full intentions as a board and a governance team of ensuring that employee voice is recognized and is implemented, and that feedback is offered. I think I've heard from so many members of the board, all the members of the board tonight, that they strongly support having a meet and confer policy. I do have some concerns that our attorney raised tonight, and would love to sit in a conversation to continue to work through that so that we can get to a place where we can authorize meet and confer. There are other districts that are doing this well, both in union states and non-union states. I would love to have more conversations about what it looks like and exactly what employees want to hear and want to see. Specifically, I've asked an ad hoc committee, what is it that we will see realized from a policy being passed that isn't already happening in practice? I need to hear more about that. I need to hear more about what the specific scope of the conversation will be. I have shared my interests in the specific scope of the conversation being around budget as it pertains to salary, pay, and hours worked, and how all that is reflected within the purview of what the superintendent can authorize given state statute. I want us to continue to work through this and get to a place where we have a policy that can be approved, a meet and confer policy that can be approved, that includes those things and doesn't exclude people. Without moving it from ad hoc, I don't know how we get there without having people actually work on it, to put a policy together, to work on it. I don't know how we do that. Also, Ms. Carter-Otten, you were speaking to the evaluation of policy, and I think implementing meet and confer policy is an evaluation of 7210. That is what we're doing when we implement such a policy, when we get to a point where we can, when we have a policy in front of us to do that. I wish I was more informed about the preferential treatment. I am frustrated. We're just hearing about it for the first time, but this is also the first time we're having such a discussion here. And so I recognize that. And so I know all of us want to pass a policy. Ms. Umstead, you wanted to?
I didn't mean to cut your
No, you're
comments
fine.
off
Go
short, but I
ahead.
did have a few things. I think I responded and added information to the motion earlier. I do want to also share appreciation for the work of the ad hoc committee. There's many, and for you, Ms. McNulty, for leading and facilitating. You all did have 6 different meetings, and I know oftentimes we're here past the time that the meeting was decided to end, and I think it was because everyone cares about figuring out how do we move this work forward. There was countless hours reviewing policy, providing feedback, and from what we've seen, I think there's still a little bit more work to do. And what I feel like I'm supporting today is how do we get from where we are today to a finished product, right? And there's a little bit more work that we need to do to get to that finished product. And we need to, so we can be, as a board, have a vote and have a policy draft that we're ready to look at. Many of y'all who know me know I believe deeply in collaboration. Like I do believe, and I just missed this in the first motion, that yeah, we need DAE in the room to look at what we're working on to make sure it meets the needs. And I think collaboration takes listening deeply. It takes seeking to understand. It takes agreeing to disagree sometimes. It's giving something to get something in return and requires compromise. And I think our relationship needs to have all of those different factors. We know that educators who are in the buildings can tell us best how our policies are being implemented, right? What the impact is on you, what the impact is on our students and our families, because so many of you wear multiple hats, right? You are a parent, you are an educator, as well as a community member here in Durham. And so figuring out how we get that information is vital, but we got a couple of steps before we get to the end. And I really appreciate all the work that's came to where we are today. I think that's the right combination of folks that can get us to the next step and get something that we can all agree on. And I also did not know about this Equal Access Act, so looking forward to learn more about that. Want to make sure we're within the law, but also want to make sure that we're collaborating because we hear you loud and clear. Our work is better when educators are at the table. That's clear, right? I know that. I believe in that. That's why I want you around the table when we're talking about policy and making developments. That's why that's important to me. And I think that collaboration takes a lot of different efforts. So thank y'all.
Ms. Carter-Otten, then Ms. Harold Goff.
I think we are all clear that we want our educators at the table, and I'm glad that we are at a point where we all feel united there. But I do want to clarify that that's not just what our staff are asking of us and what they've been asking of us. A full 2/3 of all of our staff have asked for and continue to ask for at every single one of our meetings since February, a meet and confer process with the ERO that represents more than 50% of our employees. That's very different from let's just hear from folks. And 2/3 of our employees are saying this. And if there's one thing I know, we need to trust what our employees are saying. We give a lot of lip service to, in order to solve a really difficult problem, you have to talk with those that are closest to the problem. But when are we going to actually act on that? Again, they're telling us this. Why do we think that we continue to have the knowledge and we know better than our staff? It just feels puzzling to me that we'd still sit, and very frustrating that we'd still sit up here as a board and not listen to them. I am also I looked very closely at all of Rod's markups of our policies. And to me, what stood out was that we need to really avoid words like agreement and negotiation and bargaining, and that felt clear, and even words like shall. So that all feels fine to me, but this newish piece that I'm glad to have heard about, and I do appreciate you sharing that with us, is something that I want to explore further. And it feels like if there's a threshold that's set, then that threshold is applied across all associations. And that doesn't, if it's the same threshold, it's not like we're giving one threshold to another. So I do want to look at that further. There's so much to say. I mean, we're clear that North Carolina is one of a handful of states that doesn't allow collective bargaining. We know that. It does not prohibit conversations or consultations. It doesn't prohibit feedback from people. And I just want to note that this board always complies with state law, even when we disagree with it. Super recently, we had SB 49 come to us. We stated publicly that we didn't like what was in that legislation. And what did we do? We didn't just sit back and say like, oh, well, darn. We got together as a board and we talked about ways that we could create more robust systems of support for our students and our staff amidst harmful things that were coming from our state. That is what this board does. That's the heart of what we do and we talk about all the time. Why can we not do that here? Where again, we do not cross the line. We don't break the law as a board. But I challenge us to step right up to it and to do what we can to listen to our staff. Nobody here is advocating for breaking a law. No one here.
And
But
Ms.
I
Carter,
just think we need to listen. Yes.
we've all suggested that we get yourself, myself, Dr. Lewis, Ms. Tweetmeyer, and our attorneys in a room to work on this policy so that we can move it forward. We've all suggested that. We're not shying away from the law. We've all suggested, let's move this to the next step.
I think that we're not clear on who should be in that room. That's what we've been discussing. And I'm not
In that
sure.
particular room?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't want myself, yourself, the attorney, the superintendent, and Ms. Tweetmeyer in the room? That's not what you want.
Thank you for clarifying. I wonder if it makes sense if it's just Ms. Tweetmeyer, and we have our attorney, why is she not there with their attorney?
She can bring their attorney. Their attorney has been invited to meet and confer and didn't show up.
Ad hoc.
To the ad hoc and didn't show up.
Okay.
So I appreciate the conversation and really have offered this and motion and accepted amendments in a way to bring us and move us forward expeditiously. So I am so appreciative of the discussion that's gone on. I'm so appreciative of the voices and snaps in the room. I think this is our most efficient and effective way to move forward with consensus from the majority of this board, or hopefully a unanimous vote. I would say at our last ad hoc committee meeting, the chair went around and said, we're going to bring these forward at September, whatever, 26th. And everybody gave a thumbs up. And I watched the room and Dr. Lewis did not give a thumbs up because he just got here. And we all know, and our teachers know, that we have operational issues that we are working to fix urgently. And when folks say, we want to talk about bed bugs in Chromebooks, no one wants bed bugs in Chromebooks. We are fighting, we are in this together. This board has always been in this together. And so Dr. Lewis is in the midst of his 100-day entry plan. He is an experienced leader working in good faith with labor. And he has continued to meet regularly with leadership from the Durham Association of Educators. I believe he's the right superintendent to consider these complex issues and bring us together as we collaborate on ways to include the voices of employees and continue to lead through our district's ongoing stress while we work to rebuild trust. I'm asking us to move forward tonight because we are truly in this together. I would call the question.
Colleagues, the motion on the floor is to refer the policy to the superintendent based on the feedback from the ad hoc committee with the chair and vice chair and the president of DAE and attorneys to review and come up with a meet and confer policy to bring back to the board.
Second.
It's already been seconded.
Oh, so discussion?
No, we've already done discussion. We're going to the vote. She called the question.
Oh, okay.
So can I get some clarity first? I think from my seat, it's not a matter of if, but when we will pass a meeting confer policy. I just want to be clear on the direction when we say the superintendent, the board chair, the board vice chair. I love working with you all. And then just one DAE president, it feels kind of like governance heavy. And so I have.
I'm happy to defer to the vice chair.
I have full faith in our team and working with Micah and her team that we can bring something back for the board to discuss and hopefully pass. In a nice way, I'm saying, give me the charge, get out the way, and let us do it.
So you're advocating, Dr. Lewis, to not have any board members in that conversation? Is that what you're?
And in the
Just
initial,
in the
so let us do the work. Let's do the heavy lift of putting something in writing, obviously consulting with attorney, and then bring it back for the full board to discuss and hopefully bless and move on, or send us back to the drawing board. But let us do the heavy lift.
Are you comfortable? Do you think that that is something that we could revisit in the next board meeting in next month? And, what does that timeline look like for you?
And I don't want to put a timeline out now. I want to meet with our team with Micah to see, because we had some great discussions, some great feedback from those two. So I think we're at a good starting point to begin those conversations. And I always say, although yes, I am in my first 100 days, but you know, our kids can't wait, our staff can't wait. And so I think we can bring something back in the near future. And so again, while I'm doing the listening and learning to it, that can inform some of the work that's going in on the meeting confer as well.
My question would be then, just to clarify, you're advocating for meeting with DAE leadership, who they choose to bring.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And our team as well.
Okay.
But I want to make sure we have a good, robust, that's why I was kind of confused on the feedback from the entire Durham community. You know,
It's just
DPS?
listening as you're on your listening and learning, right? And if Teamsters reach out to you, you got to respond to them. And you know, there are just, there are groups in Durham you'll hear from. That's all. I just want you to be able to kind of listen as you're listening.
Yeah, absolutely. And please, though, when we do bring something back, it's going to be fully vetted and a lot of input will have gone into it. So I just need those guardrails and we can make it happen.
Mr. Tab,
Yes.
the motion.
This is Board Member Wendell Tabb. I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Otten.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff.
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye. It passes unanimously. Colleagues, Ms. Chavez wanted to revisit Ms. Harold Goff's motion. Ms. Chavez, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I think,
Oh,
the
thank you,
motion.
Ms. McNulty. You don't have to stay standing there.
I wanted to clarify the motion, and I think it
Hold
is
on a
still a
second, I'm
good
writing it down.
idea to have a motion, or if possible, to establish that the meet and confer policy will be developed, to establish regular meetings with the ERO that demonstrates the threshold that we are looking at. So I wondered if you modified your motion, but, I wanted, yeah, go
I
ahead.
stand by that. The original motion to clarify that the meet and confer policy will establish regular meetings with the ERO to demonstrate to demonstrate 50% membership among non-administrative and non-managerial Durham Public School active employees as of the end of last school year.
Second.
Sorry. It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Chavez to establish meet and confer with the ERO to that demonstrates 50% membership with non-administrative positions.
Among non-administrative and non-managerial Durham Public School active employees.
Among what she said.
I make a motion to develop a meet and confer policy to establish regular meetings with the ERO that demonstrates 50% membership among non-administrative and non-managerial Durham Public School active employees as of the end of last school year.
Ms. Byer.
So my question is, and with 100% like need for clarity, why do you all think this is necessary when the last motion actually included Durham Association of Educators? And no one else?
I think it's necessary it's another step to put out there that is the meet and confer policy that we are trying to have developed. And I think that that's been a big point of conversation since February. That's why the ad hoc committee included DAE and non-DAE members intentionally, who had, who were, with different, a different basis of assumptions. And so this is another step to just clarify the intent of the meet and confer policy that will be developed through these meetings.
So I want to speak to some of the conversation that you all probably heard at the ad hoc committee that gives me a bit of pause as we consider this motion. One time when Durham DAE walked out of an ad hoc meeting, the Teamsters were present, and their language got added to be representative of nearly 150 of our employees. Please don't laugh about other unions. 100% respect. And as we've come through this crisis, this board has come to understand that that all kinds of employees have major impacts on the operations of schools. And so I want us to be open to understand whether there are other bargaining units, other union memberships that we're not aware of, so that they could come and ask whether they want to be at this table, whether Durham would enlarge a table for folks that feel like their voice is not represented. So I'm struggling with that. That's something that Dr. King spoke into this space about potential other bargaining units that we need to be inclusive of. And with full respect for the Durham Association of Educators and celebration of the mighty growth that the association has seen that has been the result of tremendous work, and is to be celebrated in our community and across the nation.
Oh, there's two. Should I?
Okay, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Carter Otten, Ms. Harold Goff, Mr. Tab.
I just want to share all of my thoughts at this moment about why I think we should move forward with a meet and confer policy with an ERO that demonstrates a particular threshold. And I have had the opportunity to learn a lot more over the last 6 months or so, and especially in I don't know, May or so, I really realized I needed to learn a lot more myself about unions, about collective bargaining, and about meet and confer in states that don't have legal unions or collective bargaining. And so I've really appreciated the opportunity to learn in the last couple weeks from a school board member and union president in San Antonio who utilize a meet and confer policy similar to how I hope that we will do here in Durham. And one of the biggest reasons that I am in favor of this policy is that I see it allowing us to improve the functionality of our district. I see it as allowing us to be proactive rather than reactive. We have, as a board, been quite reactive since I've been on the board to many things, particularly last year. And I want us to benefit from the collective input through a democratic, an organization with a democratic process that represents over 50% of workers and who collects information from all workers. I want to benefit from the processes that they have and would bring and the input that they would bring to the board and to the administration, and to help us make better decisions. As 7 people, we cannot, with the wealth of experience, knowledge, background, all of that we have, we cannot possibly know all of the different things happening in our district, the needs, the experiences from school to school. And I really see this as a way through, again, working with an ERO that has a democratic process and a way of collecting input from staff, a way of helping us to be more connected, to make better decisions, and to just have a more reciprocal relationship with our staff. We talk about rebuilding trust, building transparency. This is a way to do that. I think that also when when people are heard, they are less likely to feel like they have to resist in other ways. And I want to grow to where we have mutual understanding across the district. And in a bigger way, this is a labor rights issue. And I do believe that workers have the right to organize. And I am the daughter of a union worker as well. And so I think about how I benefited from that as a child. This is not collective bargaining. This is something that, as Ms. Carter Otten was saying, gets us closer to a process that would have us have a structure where we meet and confer and discuss different topics and take input in a structured way, but it's not collective bargaining, so it's not crossing that line. And furthermore, and I've said this before, I think this is a way of sharing power, and I think that social justice is lived and we should share power.
Thank you, Ms. Carter Otten, Ms. Harold Goff, Mr. Tab.
I Appreciate the mention of the Teamsters, but I do want to clarify that there's not bargaining units in North Carolina because there's no bargaining. So it does make our job more challenging because we don't have that structure outlined for us. And I was looking back, I remember that we received an email from the Teamster representative back in May. And I went back to her email to make sure that I understood what she was communicating. So she outlined this robust system of advocacy that Teamsters have had in place and all the successes that they have been able to achieve. She said that some DPS employees choose to be members of DAE and some choose to be Teamsters and some choose both, and that any DPS employees can join the Teamsters, and that, quote, employees should continue to be able to join any employee organization they choose to join. So there's that, and then we're left with, and then in a follow-up email, I'd asked her how many members they have, and she said 130. So we're left with the fact that 130 people are choosing to join the Teamsters, and over 2,000 are choosing to join DAE, and they can all join either. And I just want to speak to also like thinking about the minority voice or listening to everybody. And I know there's been some question about, will DAE really represent everybody and all of our staff? And I think that's baked into the structure of how they do things. If people don't see that the priorities they bring to us and what they're accomplishing are actually happening and represent them, then they're going to choose to not be members of DAE. Same with the Teamsters in any association or union, right? If it doesn't feel like someone is accomplishing what you want them to accomplish, they're going to choose to go somewhere else or not pay their dues and take part in what's happening. And I just think it's important, especially as elected officials who are not elected by 100% of our constituents, right? This is like, it's a democratic institution that they're running, just like we're part of democracy here. We're elected by the majority. And then even those people that did not elect us, we represent them. And we sit up here and we represent their interests, and we still listen to them and we hear from them, and we make decisions based on the good of the whole. And that's what DAE is telling us. And what I think I believe them when they say that they're representing the whole. So people who are not choosing to be part of DAE, not paying to be part of it, or they're still receiving the benefits of what an association provides to our district, even if they're not doing that. And so I think this concern about this minority and what's happening with them, and are their voices really heard, just like we heard in public comment tonight, also, like, we're making a bigger issue of it than it really is.
Ms. Harold Goff.
I just wanted to clarify that the motion did not name DAE, it named ERO. And that leaves it open. If something, if it evolves, because we appreciate and we respect the democratic process, then they have not come to us and said that they want this particular process, where this ERO has said, we want this process, we want this policy for this. So I believe we address all of the other community engagement strategies that we are still trying to strengthen. We have policies that exist for that. We have other things. We have all of these other avenues. All of that is being addressed. I've heard, I feel like, I don't want to put words in the mouth, I feel like I'm hearing from our superintendent that this is a priority to address all of that. And we can add that extra finger to the hand, all of those different pieces, by having a meeting and first policy that is specifically for ERO. So that is what we want to clarify. We don't want to muddy those waters. We want to do that, and is what I'm saying. And it doesn't say the motion says ERO, not DAE.
Mr. Tapp?
Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you all very much for this really robust conversation. I think the main goal here that we're trying to look for is, how do we support, meet, and confer? At least that's what I'm hearing overall. How do we support, meet, and confer? We had a motion on on the table. We supported that for that motion to get the DAE president in the room with the other people that was listed in the motion, which has gotten us to a great place. I'm just really concerned that as we continue to have this conversation, that we're going to end up going down another rabbit hole of long discussion that's going to get us nowhere. I think that we're in a great place to have that get that conversation going with Dr. Lewis, that we can try to bring this to a close, and know that we support meet and confer. And I think that we're in a good place, but the conversation I think is going to end up getting drawn out again. That may be unnecessary, because I think that we're in a good place by saying that we support meet and confer, and we have made progress to get them in the room again, and we can work out whatever the things that the attorneys need us to work out to stay legal. And I think that meet and confer will eventually be confirmed or approved. And so I hope that we can move forward now and try the best we can to bring this conversation to a close, Madam President, at some point, please. Thank you.
Mr. Tab, the motion on the floor is to establish meet and confer in the regular meetings with the ERO that demonstrates 50% membership.
That's the motion that's because we've already approved one motion.
Yes, sir. And I'm asking you your vote on the motion.
For the board member Wendell Tab votes no.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
No.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Aye.
Ms. Umseth.
I am so sorry. Can you read that motion one more time?
To establish
I'm a visual learner, y'all, so this audio is harder for me.
meet and confer to establish regular meetings with the ERO.
Can you slow down just a little bit?
Oh, yeah,
Ms. Rogers?
sure. The motion is to establish meet and confer policy that establishes regular meetings with the ERO that demonstrates 50% membership.
All right, I had more discussion. I didn't know we were voting. I apologize. So I'll vote yes. I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared.
And I vote no. The motion carries 4-3. Congratulations, everybody.
I
Ms.
did. I just
Umstead.
wanted, I wanted clarifying the difference between what we just did in the motion before. So it is done, but it was not clear to me what the difference between the two were. So I would have loved to have that discussion. I just want to offer Dr. Lewis, I'm available. I know board members were not included in that, but if there's any support that I can offer, I'm happy to do so. Excuse me, I want to see this get to the finish line. I do recognize, October 25th means it has to be done actually in the next 2 weeks. So I think we need to be mindful of what that looks like. That's right. We didn't approve, but just timeline wise, board members, we need to be mindful, right, of what that means and the work that it's going to take to get it to a version that we can have. So I just want to be clear with everyone. Our board packets are due a week in advance. So that means their timeline is even shorter than where we are.
Any other conversation, colleagues? We have more items on our agenda. Operations. Dr. Lewis.
Yes, we have Mr. Clifton Williams who will be joining us via Zoom. I'm going to go patch him in so that he can speak.
Okay. Can we take a short recess?
I move that we recess 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to take a recess. All those,
Yeah. 5.
5 minutes. Mr. Tab.
Already taking.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding this unmute button, but aye. You
Ms.
said-
Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harrelgoff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I would, I will in recess. Colleagues, we're back and is Mr. Williams joining us now
Yes, he is. Ms. Smith, can you patch Mr. Williams in, please?
for the operations items? Thank you for being here, Mr. Williams. The first item, colleagues, is the monthly change order report. Any questions or comments about the monthly change order report? Okay, thank you. Ms. Byer?
Oh, it doesn't even need a motion. I was just
Doesn't.
going to, and thank you.
And I did pull the repair and renovation lottery fund requests. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for staying up late and hanging out with us to get some questions answered.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. So colleagues, this item is asking for $400,000 in allocations from the repair and renovation lottery fund. And my questions around this have been, what specific buildings was this gonna touch? And what is the process for the board to understand that those items have been completed with the allocation of that $400,000? And how did we come to the $400,000 request? Mr. Williams, can you speak?
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a question for me. So,
Yep.
yeah, so these are all district-wide repairs that we are asking to make for roofing, flooring replacements, and life safety repairs. There's not a specific schools that is going to be receiving all of the repair, but they are to support building services for district-wide repairs. So for example, for roofing, like, we already have some known roof leaks that this money would help support. The same thing for life safety repairs. As we do our yearly life safety inspections, we would need this repair money to make repairs such as horn stros, exit lights, pool stations, all of those type of things will be part of like district-wide repairs. I essentially pooled that money. We have a total budget available of $610,000 that I decided to pool, $150,000 for roofing repairs, $150,000 for life safety repairs, and $100,000 for flooring repairs or replacements.
Okay, so there are no specific locations?
So I have some known like roofing repairs that are needed. For example, Hillside, DSA. There are some known roofing repairs that I will make as soon as this money is available. But it will be more than it's not all going to one. It's not going to all be allocated to one school.
Okay, so it's not, okay. And your certain repairs could start, what's the date on here, by December?
Yep, I believe that through the process of getting this money approved, by the time I get it, it will be December, and we will start right away, and it will be used this fiscal year.
Okay. Ms. Carter-Otten?
Thanks so much for, again, sticking with us late tonight and answering our questions. We know that there are so many repairs that are needed across our district and probably all of our schools. Is there anything else you could say about how the ones that will be addressed with this funding were prioritized, even if it's like a general process that you could share with us right now and we could dig into more later?
So yeah, the primary process is going to be just on work orders that are submitted to our department. So I don't know if I gave my full title, but my name, I'm Clifton Williams, Executive Director of Building Services and Facilities. So any of the work orders that come for roofing, flooring, and life safety, would be the priorities. So I would say just based on the amount of work orders that we have, it would help supplement that.
Okay, thank you. So when schools submit work orders, then they're put into a queue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Williams, this item has to also go to the county commissioners for their approval. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That'll be your next step with this, as you pulled a portion to start addressing, I'm sure, what are extensive fires to put out. Yeah. I appreciate you moving this forward so you can get the work done. And then, yeah, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Any other questions, comments, colleagues? I have one last question. I know that you shared their extensive work orders, and I don't doubt that. I have been in the school buildings. I believe it. I understand it. Can we get an update on the number of open work orders that are out? It doesn't have to be right now.
You want to, you're asking for the update for the open work orders for the entire district?
Well, yeah, we oversee the entire district.
Okay.
So yeah, I know it's a lot, and then probably some of the age on those work orders.
For sure. Yeah, we can pull that. I can submit it to you.
Right. I appreciate that we're using the lottery funds this way. Ms. Chavez,
Should we get board consensus? in
we
that regard?
should. I mean, if y'all don't want it, I'm okay with sitting it out, but
How do you want to do consensus? Just thumbs up?
nope, Mr. Tabs on Zoom.
So you're making a motion?
Could I ask,
Mhm.
Chair Rogers, if we maybe ask for an average, I assume that the work orders are open, like we're having multiple different types of work orders every day and that's shifting every day. Is it possible to have maybe an average per day or average per week? I think that might give us a little more complexity over one point in time.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with an average and the age of the oldest. I mean, the oldest work order, right? The oldest open work order. Yeah, that you need something to happen in order to. Ms. Byer, you look.
I just
like
want to
you
get
have
Mr. Williams some more money because I know he's working really hard to get
Right.
ridiculous amount of projects moving. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel
And-
strongly, I mean, I'm not stopping this
Yeah. Yeah.
because of that, but I think
Yeah.
that can inform some of our requests.
So does someone need to make a motion though?
Yes.
Okay.
Ideally, if not, then
Okay.
we can leave it alone.
Do you want to make the motion since you,
Mm.
or Bettina, since you?
Who's gonna carry out the vote if I make the motion? I can do both. Okay, I'd like to move that in a follow-up item, we get some updates around the average number of work orders that are open, the average number, average age of the work orders as well.
Second.
It's been moved by Millicent Rogers and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to get the age of the average age of work orders, average number of work orders that are available per day. Is there any discussion?
I'm Board Member Wendell Tab. I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten, Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
I vote aye, and it passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Move that we approve the repair and renovation lottery fund request.
I
Second.
second.
It's been moved by Ms. Spire, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve the lottery fund request. Mr. Tab,
I am Board Member Wendell Tab, and I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Spire,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Colleagues, we have closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Byer to go into closed session for the reasons on the agenda. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tab,
I am Board Member Wendell Tab, and I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes unanimously. We're now in closed session. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're asking the board to take action on the personnel report.
Move approval of the personnel report dated September 27th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the personnel report. All those in favor say aye.
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 The vote passes unanimously 6-0. Mr. Tab has not rejoined us. Then we'll take a voice vote. Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
Mr. Tab, we're voting on the personnel report. Thank you for joining us. We're voting on the personnel report. Mr. Tab?
Board Member Wendell Tab votes aye.
And I vote aye. The personnel report passes unanimously. With that, we are adjourned.